welcome. And I'm so glad you're here. And we're here. And I am not alone. So, yay, it's already going better today. So, let me go ahead and just start bringing everybody out to our wonderful episode. It is the amazing, the wonderful Miss Charlie Dorset.
Hi.
Hello. And then also, we caught an incredibly rare guest appearance. I hope you're excited because I am absolutely thrilled. It's Heather Dewey Pettit. Yay! Look, it only took like nearly a year. Yay.
Yeah.
It was bound to happen. And then, you know her. We adore her. It's Zara Hoffman, our esteemed author tuber as well. And then, you may remember him. He is my technical producer and my best friend. And I hope somebody that you also enjoy seeing, the very adorable, maybe the most adorable Fink, at least here. It's Tom. Yay! Made it. We have survived the hurricane. Fantastic. We still haven't gotten an adequate sleep, but that's fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Let's just wave as that rolling dumpster fire just floats by along the Mississippi that changed direction in the stream earlier.
I spent all morning trying to sleep, waking up about every 40 minutes because I had dreamed yet again of someone else's failed Hollywood movie script. These are not good scripts. These were all bad scripts.
If you haven't seen Julie Noakes, she's a Canadian comedian. She's been doing Explaining the Pandemic to My Past Self.
Yes.
There are 5 parts to the series. I don't remember
her.
which one, but there's one where she like mentions the murder hornets and yada yada yada, and like the past self is like, what? And she's like, oh, it's a new Michael Bay film.
Yes, I love that part. It's a movie. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
And then her past self is like, that seems like a lot for one movie. And then her present self is like, you think,
but what a blockbuster. Yep. Absolutely. So, would anyone like to do intros? I'm so excited y'all are here. No, you do not have to, though. I just want to point out it is truly optional.
Sure. Mainly because there's a big change in my schedule this week. Because we are going to be... Hi, my name is Charlie. They, them pronouns, non-binary writer, person, maybe, ? Long story. Check the video tomorrow. Because we are going to be participating in Twitch Blackout on Wednesday to protest the fact that they're doing absolutely nothing to stop the rampant onslaught of hate raids that have hit several people that I know over there using their tools. My stream is going to be moving over to YouTube for the day. So I normally stream on Wednesdays and Fridays starting at 5 p.m. Eastern, and I will be on the YouTubes tomorrow instead of Twitch because everything's fine. It's fine.
Everything's totally fine, darling.
It's fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
Would anyone else like to do an intro? As I said, it is optional. Zara, you ready? Let's go, honey. Here you go.
Hi, my name is Zara Hoffman. I'm the self-published author of 6 books. Ooh, my 6th one is trying to escape. 6 books, a young adult paranormal romance and a new adult sci-fi romance. The brighter colored ones are the young adult. And I genre hop a lot. So if romance isn't your bag, I'm currently writing a new adult spy thriller on Bella and have lots of other stories planned. So, yeah, that's me.
Heather, would you like to? Again, it's optional, but would you like to do an intro?
I could do a little bit of an intro. My name is Heather Dewey Pettit, and let's see, I'm a writer, editor, and artist, and I as a writer, I'm mostly focusing on fiction currently, specifically fantasy, and I have been working on a book-length story, and we'll just see if I finish it by the end of the year. I'm gonna try. Let's see. As an editor, I am a freelance. I've been a freelance copy editor and proofreader, in addition to a writer, for a long time. I focus on primarily on copy editing, proofreading, and sensitivity reading. As an artist, I love working with watercolor and stamps and ink, and I have an Etsy shop. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thank you.
And probably should mention, because of this show, you also have a second YouTube channel.
Oh, yes.
Yes,
that
I
is
do.
particularly important to this one.
I kind of started to say that. Yeah. So my interest in autism is mostly that I'm a mother, and I am a mother to a teenager who has autism, and so this is of interest to me because of I'm very interested in anything related to neurodiversity and all of that. So. And I do have the second channel, and it's called Autism, Love, and Acceptance. So,
thank you.
I got to use the Oxford comma. Sorry.
Yes, well, I would expect no less from an editor.
It's supposed to be a play on words and a play on punctuation. Whatever.
Oh, Glory and I have had over 2-3 decades of arguments about the Oxford comma. I'm slowly winning her over to, it still has some good uses, even in modern day word processing.
Comma, you can never be confused, whereas if you don't have it, sometimes there's confusion.
Yes, exactly. And there was a law. Are you talking about that law that was written about that?
Mm-mm. No, I was just talking about in general.
There was a law. But it was mostly about contracts, but because there was some confusion about something that happened about, I don't remember. It was something having to do with shipping. I don't know. And it was like somewhere, I don't remember, somewhere up north. But there was a law passed that you had to use the Oxford comma if it was absolutely necessary. Well, it was about to avoid confusion. Yeah. So, yeah, there was this law.
I mean, and I will say that is what I find useful about the Oxford comma, is specifically to avoid confusion.
Mm-hmm.
So why never? So there's no reason to not use it ever.
Well, there is one reason. If you work as a newspaper reporter, because it's not in AP style.
Yeah, true.
And I grew up in journalism.
Okay,
so
that's a legit reason.
And like with
the only reason.
Yeah, it doesn't mean it's really right or that it's wrong that journalism doesn't use it. I think it mostly means, hey, sometimes we got to save space.
That's exactly it. That's
like back when they used to actually have human beings typeset. It's like, but it's one more thing. So again, it does make sense from like if you go back.
But like I even use it in text messages. It's like it's there.
Oh, what do I? It's so ingrained in me now. It was ingrained in me before when I was doing the journalism thing to not include it. And they said, "Oh, you forgot. You got to put in the comma." I said, "Oh my God, I did it again." So I was. now I'm the other way.
My grandma is the one who taught me my grammar, and there was never a question. At least when she was teaching me, like, I don't know what for the rest of the family, but she's like, Oxford comma. That was just the way I learned. There was never another option.
So yeah, if you don't know, we set up a Discord server late last week, and I have a feeling that for all I know, this whole show, there will be people memeing in the Discord server as like a sidebar or our peanut gallery, if you are old enough to remember to know what a peanut gallery is. So yeah, have a good time. Also, you can just look at it later and just enjoy the giggles. But yeah, Laura has apparently started the meme wars, so may the odds be ever in your favor. Eva, I comma splice is a hobby, real talk, but writing is an editing. Don't forget commas while you're writing. I love that it's like we actually have a fair amount of editors in the chat on screen today, either part-time or full-time editors, and people who are, maybe editor curious anyway. So
yeah, I do proofreading.
And so again, I really enjoy it. Now, I would like to point out, because it just seems, I did not plan it, by the way, but starting in September, we are going to have a very special new show about story development. And there is going to be not one, but 2 episodes devoted to editing and all the joys of editing, or what I call polishing a turd. So it's a subject near and dear to my heart. I really enjoy editing. And in fact, that's actually how I got started in writing. Was my mother, when I was 10, she's like, oh, so now you're literate, because I learned to read at 9. She's like, now that you're literate, I need you to help me editing my articles for the newspapers. So she like immediately started teaching me how to edit. So that's actually how I got my start in print journalism and having to know journalistic, editorial rules and grammar is for that. So what year is it? It's the 30th. Michael's coming for you, Zara. Okay, so anyway, yes. Zara, did you have something? Nope, you good? You good. Okay, I'm so glad. Tom has delivered on the link of Heather's other channel. Thank you so much.
I appreciate it.
Because
I mean, I like the little short videos of, again, same reason like Laura and I wanted to do this channel of, here is what actual autism looks and is, and here's how someone who has been around autistics knows how to interact. Here's what to do, because that's what a lot of people get unsure about in public spaces. Like, they're great little videos.
Even me, and I was inspired by others who had channels, especially Fathering Autism. I'm sure you guys know about that. And Lauren Brazy, she's a mom, and and all that stuff. I can't do it every day like they do, but
yeah,
or every other day. But I've put a few things up. So.
Well, Heather, any links, and as well as to all of my panelists, any links you would like to post in chat, please feel free to just dive in and post as you want to. If you're on screen, it means we want to hear what you have to say. It includes just, what you have to say in chat, and any links you want to post for everybody, please just go ahead and do so whenever you feel like it. We definitely want all the good links. Eva says, thanks, Charlie Bear. So should we go ahead and quickly just run through the hellos?
I guess so. Should I stop touching the thing now?
Maybe, yeah, you should give me a minute. Eva's here. It's like we just saw you just a few minutes ago. I don't know how that feeling is. Megan's so long. Megan definitely was part of our Everything is Fine support group earlier. Michael CB Chen is here. Hello, darling, with a mean root beer. Fantastic. That is the way to do it, my darlings. And Tom is here doing double duty in the chat, because I like to say double duty. And speaking of double duty, there is our lovely Zara also doing double duty in chat. Thank you, darling. And Charlie is also here doing double duty in chat, because you know how much I like to say it. I once had a professor tell me that it's unprofessional to say crap when I wrote a script of a student struggling to learn something. And so I wrote a script to introduce them to using other forms of study tools. And that the student in my script says, oh, crap, what am I going to do? And she literally marked me a whole letter grade in my presentation for that. So, yes, now that I am...
A real student would probably say, oh.
Yes.
Something else.
Yeah.
Yeah, hence, but she's like, no, it's unprofessional to say the C word. And I'm like, lady, if that's your C word. But anyway.
That's her C word.
I did actually say that to her face. So you better believe I did not get that letter grade back. So it meant I did not make president's list that semester. And frankly, I'm still salty about it. And she lives in town. And you better believe I never once gave her a discount on her late fees at the library. So, and I let all the other
I
librarians
thought you were
know.
going to say at the sex store, and then I was going to be like, oh.
No, I did not run into her there. Thankfully, because I think I would have had a hard time I would have a hard time selling her anything, quite honestly. Like some people, they can just be miserable. But anyhow, Barrett is here. Hello, sweetie. We are so happy to see you. Let's see. I'm scrolling. CB is here. Hello. Let's see. Did I miss anybody? Is there? I saw something about riding Violet. There she is. Hello. I'm so glad you made it. And Nia, it's like we just saw you. It's fantastic. Everybody's got an opinion about the Oxford comma. I think that's everybody. And if I missed you, I apologize. Let us know. Yes, I have solid shade about some professors. So now that I have my own channel, you better believe I'm going to say crap as much as I want. So anyhow, gender and sexuality, everybody's got one or more. Some people have none, I guess.
Everyone has both. It's just whether or not.
Well, not everybody has claims an active gender all the time.
That's true. But I mean,
right? Because gender is a construct anyway.
Yeah. But it is part of your identity, even if you don't label it. Claims or agree with the label that is already pre-existing.
Okay, that's true. But I mean, because gender is a construct anyway.
Whoops. There we go.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was looking what did I do on my screen?
I know. I was like, what did I do for a minute? Welcome to neurodivergent talk, where we're all like, is it me? It's me. Is it? No.
Well, I knew it wasn't me because I can see right next to it that my YouTube
is muted.
Yep. Through Chrome. I mute the whole site. I don't just mute the video until the video has gone live.
Tom just wants us to know.
You want to see some of the memes going on the Discord?
I've seen this before. Shatner and Walken.
The other one, I'm not sure if I should show or not because it does have people in skimpy outfits. And Millie, it is a good point though for why you use the Oxford comma.
I just remembered there's one where it's something strippers, John F. Kennedy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that goes around the editing groups, and there's one.
That's it. Yeah,
that one. Oh, and the
I've never seen it illustrated before.
About, I'll have to think about it. Something about grandma and it's time.
Let's eat grandma.
Yeah, let's eat grandma. Yeah, there's that one. That one goes around a lot. There's more. Can't think of any off the top of my head.
There are so many wonderful memes, and we welcome all of them in our Discord server, which I have put the link below in case you don't have access to it any other way. There you go.
I think almost everyone now has put the link.
Yeah.
Someone will get it.
I definitely have forgotten a couple people that I had already invited, so I invited the GEM, and they're like, I'm sorry, what is happening? And
I got invited twice, and I was like, this is the same thing, right? And then I was also like, what is this? Because one day I got 3 Discord invites, and I was like, did something happen? Did I get put on a list or something?
Yeah, we figured why not.
Yeah. But anyway, going back, one of the reasons why we also want to talk about this subject is, Gloria and I love our research and keeping up to date on things. And they noted that with neurodivergent people, you see an incredible increase in gender and sexuality identification that is not standard. It just skyrockets once someone is neurodivergent, that they're like, well, I don't see the rest of the world, the same way. I don't see gender or sexuality the same either.
Well, some of that may have to do with that neurodivergent folks learn differently than neurotypical folks. And some of that learning differently is not learning as effectively from other human beings. And so it turns out through an accident of human natural experimentation, nothing like no official experimentation, but just humans self-selecting, that our concepts of gender and even sexuality are at least in part taught rather than inherent. And we see that with neurodivergent folks who essentially are not learning that much. They're not taking in as much information from being taught peer-to-peer, human-to-human information. And so they're coming up with their own concepts of gender and sexuality more often than neurotypical folks. Because again, there's this, they're learning less effectively from other human beings. And what among the things they're learning less effectively is gender and sexuality. And they're writing their own books on what gender means to them, or if it means anything, and what their sexuality means to them, if it means anything at all.
Can I
go on?
Say something? So I learned about sexuality before. I don't want to say before I was neurodivergent, because I'm pretty sure I was neurodivergent from the start, based on certain things that my therapist has like thought, like latched onto, that I was like passing and like I haven't really thought about. But the main reason I'm neurodivergent is because of PTSD. So I learned about sexuality before that really got to me. So I mean, there were things that were already happening, but so I learned about sexuality because my mom was producing a musical called Xanadu. Nothing related to Xanadu, the Olivia Newton-John. It's with a Z. It's different, but anyway, it was a story that's called like a musical fairy tale, because there's some Cinderella aspect, but like very minor, where there's a magical matchmaker and they live in a world where everyone's gay and they're heterophobic instead of homophobic. And I grew up where I had cousins. I had one cousin who had already come out as gay, and then, you know, as I was growing up, another cousin came out as lesbian, and we were all like, and whereas for me, it was never a problem, but apparently back when the first cousin had come out as gay, there was some stuff in the family, and I think that was mostly the Catholic people in the family. There aren't that many. They all married in. But anyway, so because I'd already grown up with that, by the time that like people started talking about gender really in like mainstream, because I didn't know about it really before mainstream, I was like, yeah, obviously. Like, so to me, I don't know how much of my neurodivergence can actually be linked to my accepting. I think it's just because there was, again, kind of like with Oxford comma, like in my upbringing, specifically me, and I don't even mean my whole family, like there was never an option. But so I have had to explain gender more to my family because they don't get it. Whereas with sexuality, they get it, but they don't get mine because not enough people know about demisexuality or demi-romantics and things like that, because they're like, you know, they're like, what does that mean? And I'm like, it means the type of attraction I have. That's not related to whether I'm straight or bi or lesbian or pan or whatever.
So part of with what I'm talking about is we teach children what is heterosexuality. Oh, do you have a little girlfriend, or do you have a little boyfriend, or is that going to be your husband or your wife? We teach that as to toddlers, as well as we teach, oh, look, who's a little proper little girl and who's a big strong boy. So we're teaching gender concepts to toddlers. But neurodivergent folks, and again, I'd like to point out, if you've met one neurodivergent person, you've met one neurodivergent person. Just as if you've met one autistic person, you've met one autistic person, you have not met them at all. And so what that means for some neurodivergent folks, do not pick up on these subtleties of social interaction of, oh, who's a big strong boy? And they're not like taking it as, oh, there's so much data here in this one phrase of who's a big strong little boy. Are you the little man of the house? You know, they're not picking up on anything other than, oh, you're just calling me little man now? Okay. I shall be little man now. Versus neurotypical children are often picking up a great deal more of that implied social data. And so that's what we're really trying to reference when we talk about how neurodivergent folks don't necessarily learn from peer to peer as effectively as neurotypical folks.
Yeah, Charlie?
I was going to say, that's why I had to give those pauses. When I pause, if I look like I'm breathing in, jump in then.
I mean, I feel like,
Everybody.
especially for most of the people of my generation, I learned about gender through the queer coding of villains and the foppish, humorous characters that were on television. They were the only people I identified with. I didn't know why. It never made sense to me because nobody ever explained it. But that, I think, especially for my generation, when I talk to people that are around my age, it really affected our experience of, well, we aren't manly. We were very clearly defined as not manly. We were very clearly defined as not womanly either. And I've often wondered how much of that has played a role. Oh, yeah. Ursula. Oh. I will never forget the first time I saw pink flamingos, but that's a whole other story. But, when dealing with gender, I mean, I grew up in a house with two sisters and a brother who had already moved out. And I was always upset when anybody called me a boy. I was always upset when somebody did that, oh, who's your big strong man, or anything like that. I would get angry. I never understood why until I was much older, because we don't talk about in the way that we internally construct ourselves and that internalized identity that was in there. Because as somebody who grew up primarily agender, and not strongly identifying with one or the other, and later in life realized that I'm kind of a demigirl. I'm gender fluid. I flip back and forth between agender and demigirl, and there's nothing for people like us. If you're not specifically on the binary, there really is very little to latch onto until recently. That's slowly starting to change. But, if you were anything outside of the very rigid binary that was enforced to try to force women back out of the workforce after World War II, because that's really where our idea of gender came from. The concurrent construct of gender did not exist prior to the 1950s. It was constructed in the 1950s because all the women went, we don't want to go back to the house. We had jobs. No, don't you understand? And you get that very strong Leave It to Beaver, just, nuclear family argument that did not exist prior. And I love bringing that up because so many people say that my gender expression is new, even though I can point to Roman emperors who identified very much the same way I did. I do. And yet, okay, fine, touche. My gender identity is new. So is yours. Yours is from the 1950s. It's not ancient. If you
I was say, I was chatting with Gloria, and I was thinking and I've been seeing a lot of articles and references just from historical reenactors and historical researchers, citing here's what they said at the time about themselves. And you see all of these, what we would now define as, so many things across, the rainbow spectrum of gender and sexuality that people have humans don't change. Humans have always been human. We will always act human. We've always been this variety, but societies do get to sort of decide what are allowable and what are not allowable. And so if it's not allowable, people don't talk about it. I was actually just thinking about how when I was a kid, you would never guess that I was anything but the true average little boy. But the truth is, the reason why I seemed and presented as just the average little boy, trying to get approval, was gender norms were a safety net I thought existed. And if I could just stay within all those guidelines strongly enough, I would be protected from bullying and from more dangers. That was the real goal of why, I wanted to do whatever I saw other older boys and men doing in movies. It wasn't that I really felt or thought that way. Truth be told, most of the time I'm just like, humans aren't really that horny all the time, are they? That seems really exaggerated for movies. Turns out now over in the subreddit r memes, there is a battle starting between the horny and I can't remember what the other group's called, the Borny or something, like the you go to horny jail group of stop being so horny. Like this is going on over in our memes of stop being. But yeah, like, and I think that's a lot of humans. Humans relate to the entire world through themselves and their experiences. So
I just want to say that when the pandemic happened, people were very horny.
Yeah,
and bored. And that was the reaction to a lot of people on YouTube when they were reacting to Bridgerton.
Yeah.
Were people this horny back then? It's like, well, how do you think people got bored?
Yeah, but
Heather, did you have something to jump in on that? Heather's like, no, do not involve me on this. I'm so sorry. I'm teasing Heather. Anyway, go on, Tom. Have a wonderful. Because I thought you were going to talk about the Tonka truck thing. Because Tom, like from a little toddler, because Tom's 3 years younger than me, had adopted this boys thing. But then he would not play with any of the toys he would be given as like Uber boy, right? But I wanted the Tonka trucks. I had been begging for Tonka trucks literally for years at the point he was finally gifted a Tonka truck. And what did I want the Tonka truck for? Why to cart all my dolls around? Duh, people. I was getting tired of like grabbing these babies and like moving them from room to room. I needed carrying cases. And then as soon as I had those Tonka trucks, everybody
wanted that Humvee for the extended Humvee for her Barbies.
But I wasn't allowed it because, again, it was not gender normative. It was, my parents were afraid that I would become very queer, like as if they could influence it because they were part of that boomer. Well, technically mom was born in 46 and dad was born in 40. So dad wasn't even a boomer. But there was this belief that children come out into this world as a blank slate back then. Which I think, what does that actually go back to? Aristotle or Socrates or some crap?
Yeah.
The tabula
rasa. And to quote our parents later on, tabula rasa, my ass.
Like, Tom will say this every once in a while out of the blue. Because mom said this so often when I would walk through a room. Tabula rasa, my ass. She was just so bitter. She thought she was going to get a Barbie doll, a human Barbie doll to dress up. And instead she got a baby with strong opinions from the very start. Don't put me on polyester, peasant. Like that.
She was, no, not even that. How about dad's story of literally after you were born? And, he was there. And they're like, do you want to hold the baby?
How he knew I was autistic.
Actually. And he's like, yes, of course I want to hold my new daughter. Yes, it's my first kid. She would not conform to his arms. He had to readjust his hands to suit how she wanted to be held. She was just like, no, that is not the way to hold me.
But what he was saying was, like, so the baby is like this. And normally when you hold a baby...
Can you make yourself full screen so it's easier to see?
Sure, I can do like that. Is that cool?
Yeah.
Is that enough?
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to make the baby doll flat. So, because this is part of his story, that I would be like laying down or something and I would want to be picked up. And he'd pick me up and then hold me. Do you see there's a gap right here? This huge gap? He's like, you would not conform. Every other baby, would bend their legs and put their little booty down so they would fit. He's like, but not you. Oh, no, you required that anyone holding you had to conform to how you wanted to lay there, not how they were willing to hold you. And he's like, you were literally like that the moment you were born. You were not willing to conform to how anyone else was willing to hold you, to comfort you. No, it had to be on your terms.
But that's so natural to me. Like, I have little cousins who've been getting, the oldest one is, like, little cousin is the next generation after me in my family. And, like, aside from, like, don't be an idiot and remember to support the
Support
head,
the head.
and,
Yep.
and don't drop the baby. I'm like, if a kid doesn't want to be held a certain way, then you don't do it. And I'm sorry, it's just like so weird to me to think that.
Well, particularly with newborns, they are not quite so, they want to be held this way. They're very much malleable. Like when they come out, they're just like little worms, honestly.
And they're tired. Like they're just
tired. Look, the move was rough, y'all. I'm just saying. At the hospital, they're like, oh, this move. You would not believe the trouble we had with the movers. And people were rude to me. Somebody smacked me, and I still haven't gotten a name. That is what it's like when you are a newborn baby. And so they just are willing to put up with a lot more. But yeah, Dad was like, from the moment. And I was born by high forceps delivery because my shoulders were too huge to fit out of my mother. So they put clamps on my head, which is now forbidden in America. They put clamps on my head and yanked till I came out. Because Mom didn't want to pop off. Yeah, babies. Okay. Other babies would have been more injured, and I was black and blue. But other babies would have been more injured. But because of the Ehlers-Danlos, we bounce. We don't break. That is.
We stretch.
We stretch. We stretch like
rubber.
You
have it too, Tom?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I knew Glory did.
Yep.
Oh yeah, we both do.
We are the stars of our yoga classes.
But we are lucky in many ways. We actually have several congenital genetic diseases, but there seems to be some overlap on the same chromosome where we have them that prevents any of them from fully presenting. So we have it, but it's not as extreme as it should be.
So let's all stretch. Check our posture. Find your back. It's somewhere. I promise you brought it.
No.
I promise.
I left mine in the other room.
Check with the cats because
the cats are playing with it. It keeps them
so
quiet.
They are sneaky little buggers.
So yeah, I too was always, a star in yoga and martial arts because despite always being chubby, I stretch easily. I can kick vertically.
Kick like parallel to your torso?
Like you can lift the leg up quite high.
I can kick at my own head height.
Okay. So like
which really surprised the older kids when they'd get a kick upside the head and they were taller than me. Thankfully, yeah, we did all wear head guards.
I would have gotten in so much trouble, but man, I'm definitely flexible enough to do it and to do some damage.
Our parents actually encouraged us to wrestle, even though Tom was 3 years younger and so much smaller than me.
I was always literally half her size till I was 9.
Because I was also the tallest kid in my class till 7th grade, when suddenly boys were shooting up. But even though I was so tall and he was so much smaller, we were encouraged to wrestle because it has been found to be helpful with stabilizing core muscles for Ehlers-Danlos. So you don't get a lot of dislocations then because all the stabilizer muscles, which you use a lot in wrestling, are much stronger and more tone. So that's why we were encouraged to wrestle. So again, he had a lot of practice because he was like a frenzied monkey on me a lot of the time because anything you do, as long as you followed the family rules of wrestling, were totally kosher. So he would be waiting behind doors for me to walk through a room and then jump me. Like on a chair, he would be standing on a chair around the door so that I couldn't see him. And then as soon as I walked into a room, from behind. I mean,
that would traumatize me, but it sounds like it didn't traumatize you.
No. It was fun. And it was, like within our home was a safe space. Nobody normally grabbed anyone out of anger. The few times that did happen in our family, they were big moments where essentially literally years of us as a family talking it out and trying to heal from these inappropriate moments. So
yes, like if I was jumping Glory, the first rule is which couch or bed am I aiming for so that again, no one actually gets hurt. It's just the surprise. We're in a match now.
Yeah. So anyway, back to gender and sexuality. It's there. My ideas of gender were certainly mom and dad and various people, therapies they took me to, because ABA therapy is abusive. It is traumatic, and my parents in the early 80s did not know that. They were convinced by many people with doctorates and degrees that this would be a helpful way to make sure that I understood my gender. And so I was inundated with like phrases there were phrases on a piece of paper on the refrigerator, stuck to the refrigerator for literally my entire childhood. From toddlerhood on, or like,
What?
Okay, let me think. So ones that were like, girls are boring, boys are fun. Yeah, because they were concerned that I would grow up to be a lesbian because I did not present traditional gender roles of femininity as a toddler and a young elementary school age child. So these were
not all toddlers.
I mean, well,
here.
Again, toddlers are taught by all the adults around them about these gender expectations. So boys will be boys. Oh, boys love to rough and tumble. And children overhear that. Sometimes children are told that directly. And girls are told, act right, act like a little lady, put your legs together at 3. They'll tell 2 and 3-year-olds, put your legs together like a little lady. Oh, now don't you look so cute in that little dress? You look like a little lady. Oh, twirl for us. Oh, she's a proper lady. She sits nice. All of these phrases are teaching children, toddlers, about gender norms and about gender expectations. And they pick up pretty early whether they're supposed to be a boy or a girl in this by the way people interact with them and talk to them and talk about them around them. And I was not conforming to those because people may be talking to them, but I was ignoring them because, adults, they just talk nonsense, whatever, was my opinion. At 3 and 4 years old, I thought adults talked a lot of nonsense, quite frankly.
Like,
they do.
Yeah.
They
But
do.
another thing that people don't realize they teach, you're teaching gender norms, is they did some research 2 or 3 years ago about why and how are boys and girls, toddlers and babies treated so differently. And one of them is because that expectation of males have deeper voices. Babies have not had a differentiation in any way gender-wise till puberty hits. There's no differentiation in kids. But people have that expectation, so when babies cry, if it's a boy, their assumption is that's actually a higher pitch than their pitch has changed more drastically than a girl's because boys speak deeper.
Even though
and they're thinking
little boys don't.
So they will actually coddle boys quicker than girls. Because girls, even though when they scream at the same pitch and the same volume, they will assume that is not actually hurting as much as when boys do when they are babies and toddlers.
And that
because we have these assumptions from adults.
Women are still, we have to convince doctors that yes, our symptoms are real.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And that's again where we see just these gender norms
part of the gender
being
norm
trained.
That's taught. Nobody comes out of the womb believing these things of like, oh, women just complain more about their pain. Like, that's not something that anyone came out of any womb believing. They had to be taught that by other people, by a lot of other people, usually to convince, because there's a lot of cognitive dissonance you have to experience in order to ignore the pain of others, unless you literally have some changes in your brain structure where you're missing mirror cells and your empathy circuits are simply not as well developed, which can happen to people, but it's not the majority of people. It's certainly not even a solid minority of people. So to ignore the pain of others is very traumatic for anybody. And yet we're taught to do that you ignore the pain of women in particular because, they complain. So you just have to ignore it, which is why women are told to shut up and be silent and to suffer in silence. That's why women are told to, because it's upsetting to other people to have to hear about pain from women, and yet also live with this cognitive dissonance of, well, women just complain. They're not actually in that much pain. Hi, and welcome to Gender Discussions. None of it's going to be fun unless we make it fun, and we can make it fun.
I took
And I love all these. I love all the. What's the nice way now to talk about like all these different genders and sexualities? Because apparently microlabel is a derogatory term. So I'm still missing how we're doing this, but I like it because it's a shorthand. Like I can tell people that I am a demi-romantic, demisexual, demi-boy, and they now have, through that short 6 words or less phrasing, a concept of what kind of relationship expectations they can have, far better than just going in with well, he presents as a guy, I should assume he is like every other guy I have seen in Hollywood norms. Like, I love all of these descriptors.
Yeah, this is where I feel like, the bright ray of sunshine that I am gets to shine through, because, I love opening discussions of gender by invoking the words of H.P. Lovecraft from supernatural horror and fiction. The oldest and greatest emotion of mankind is fear, and the greatest of these is fear of the unknown. This is where we currently are, is people like things simple. They like things as clear and cut and dry as possible, which is why a lot of cultures try to push down to a binary, or at the very least to a trinary when you get to gender. And others are much more elaborate. And the discussions that we're having now, because we're able to meet each other and talk, where we're talking about our attraction spectrums, we're talking about our gender spectrums, we're talking about our sexuality spectrums, we're talking about our romantic and right, our sensuality spectrums. What do you actually find appealing to look at? Because these can all be different, and it's adding a lot of unknown. Yes, a lot of nuance, a lot of unknown to the conversation, and that's what's unnerving people. Well, in my day, it was simple. You were either a boy or a girl. No, you weren't. My grandmother is universally referred to in her youth as a tomboy. No one tells a story about her without using the phrase tomboy. Tomboy is a divergent gender expression.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I would agree. Zara, did you have something you wanted to add?
I forgot what it was.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay. It'll probably come up again. I remembered. I took a class called Gender and Language, and it was just about all of these things that, like, I normally pick up a lot when it's like, oh, that's gendered and unnecessarily normally. But there were certain things that, like, I've heard so much from, like, since being a kid that they've started almost being more voice to me. And I was like, oh, yeah, that is gendered.
Mm-hmm.
And so we did learn about how, we're teaching kids this really early. But I had also started studying it a little bit on my own when I was a research assistant for two psychologists, or one psychologist, one journalism. Anyway, they've written a lot of books together about like gender and society and things like that. But they wanted to cover Disney for some reason. And I was like, oof, yes, this from memory. But I was doing some extra research just to have footnotes and stuff for them. And it was, their girls are being taught that super early.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what society does. And then if they, I have a little cousin who, not the youngest, but she loves Darth Vader. That is her favorite character, period. But especially from Star Wars. And she'll wear a tutu and her Darth Vader helmet. And no one says anything because we're like, that's just what it is. But I'm pretty sure that certain people who I won't name, because if they ever see this, that would be awkward, who are internally probably freaking out. Where I was like, I'm only worried about like the cleanliness of how often she's wearing this outfit.
Yes. Yep. Because, I mean, kids are dirty. They're messy. It's just how it is. Hello, other Charlie. Hello. Yeah, I loved Darth Vader as a kid. And again, that was another thing that concerned my parents, that I was not conforming to gender norms. And they were so concerned. And then they decided to tell themselves that it was a sexual interest in Darth Vader, and that is okay. I'll give y'all a moment to think about that while we go to bio break. Of how it's okay to be attracted to the bad boy of the Empire. But it's not okay to want to be the bad boy of the Empire if you're a girl.
Well, I mean, that heavy breathing is really kind of hot.
Look, I thought it was cool because, like, all you had to do was breathe behind someone. They're like, Lord Vader? And I'm like, yes, this is the kind of respect I want to command. But again,
and can I just say, I would date James Earl Jones's voice anytime.
Anyone would date James Earl Jones's voice. But the thing is that the breathing kind of creeps me out. Whereas in NCIS, like, Gibbs has so much presence that someone will be talking shit about him and then they stop because they're like, he's standing right behind me, isn't he? And he's not breathing. The camera isn't like giving it away, but you just know. You're like, he's there. And so I get the presence thing, but the breathing always was like,
I liked the respect. That was what attracted me as a child. Was I hated how disrespectful people treated me. Like, it very much bothered me and irritated me. People were just so blatantly rude to me as a little kid. And even as an older kid, like, people just did not stop being rude for a very long time. And now
they stopped.
I would say people seem to have a healthy concern around me, and I like that, at least in real life. Also, like, it helps to, like, have my brother behind me. And, like, to be perfectly honest, I think that really adds gravitas to my presence sometimes.
There are times when my mom and I need something done and we're getting the runaround and we're just like, this is bad, but we're just like, get one of our male cousins on the phone and just
I've done that.
Have them do it. And we're like, this is feeding the sexism, but honestly, we need this done now.
Yeah,
and we're clearly not being respected enough to get it done.
Yeah. Oh no. Glory, for a decade had a house in a, I don't know, put it in, at that point, a historically black neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
And almost all her neighbors were black. She was pretty much she was the only white person on the street.
I was told actually I was the only white person for 6 blocks in every direction.
Yeah.
Was what they told me after they were sure I was staying, of like, that there's literally no white person in any direction for 6 blocks in every direction.
And
they're like, are you concerned? And I'm like, why would I be concerned?
And after Glory became friends with several of them, she essentially told them I am more than happy to lend my whiteness whenever you need assistance for things like calling the cops.
Yeah.
Dealing with, repair people or insurance companies.
When occasionally, like, my femininity did not work, I have a brother and then I had a husband as well. And I was like, I'm happy to call them too. If you need a white male, I have them available. I also have a white, a white presenting mother, if you need that as well. I used to rent my mother out to other college students who needed a white mother to go to financial aid to get their money, because financial aid would hold your money all semester and not disperse it.
Oh yeah. Especially
if you were a person of color, you were 70% more likely to not be able to get your money for the entire semester. So, yeah, people at a certain point, financial aid was like, how many children do you have, Miss Fink? And my mother was like, I have enough. What is it? Your business. But at that point, she had gone for 22 different college students.
Yeah.
But yes, so like, ask, why have you not given my child their money yet? Yes. But of like, when in doubt, just go borrow another human being. I just want to point this out. Maybe we all should, like, if you don't have anybody, come to us. If you need each other, let each other know. I'm available anytime you need a woman on the line, or anytime you need a man on the line, or anytime you need somebody to sound as whatever you need background-wise, let us know, and we will impersonate that profile for you. I think that is how we have to get through this dystopia. Do what you got to do to get it done. So, I think maybe now might be a good time to go on break. We're going to do a quick 10-minute break. I would like to recommend, if you don't have something to drink, now is a wonderful time to get something to drink. Maybe some ice in whatever you're drinking. It's exactly something, a lovely, delicious, relaxing cup of tea. Maybe a snack if you don't have a snack. Maybe a little walkie around, or, the things. And we will meet you back here in 10 minutes. And if you've got nothing to do, you could write. I'm just saying, I am your Jewish mother now. So, and with that,
I need to send an email.
Beep, 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 beep. Time's up. Hello, hello.
That's funny.
Alrighty. How did everybody do?
That was helpful.
I had a waffle and a sausage patty, and it was delicious.
I cut 3 minutes out of my video because apparently I'm not allowed to talk about what I'm
Not allowed to
talk about. So I added a Star Wars crawl explaining that I can't talk about what I can't talk about. And so if it doesn't make sense, I'm sorry. But
Welcome to Amazon Fight Club.
Yes.
Yes. I like it. Yeah. Well, that sounds rather productive, actually, Charlie. Especially if you're trying to avoid.
So far, I have somehow remarkably stayed on the high road when all of my instincts.
Yep.
And I'm trying to stay up there. I'm trying.
Yes, Megan was on Twitter, ate a piece of cornbread, and closed her eyes. So, lots of things being achieved. Zara, found food, so that's excellent. CB says, not trying to be the author who must not be named when I say this. I really want to write a story about the puberty girls go through from a boy's perspective. Because when I was at school, boys and girls learned it separately.
Yes, so much mystery.
Well, actually, it's so much demonization. Because as somebody who had to go through the boys' side, I know at our school, our assistant coach, who was the person who did the health class, because that makes 100% sense, when asked about what it's like for girls, just said that's dirty, nasty, and we don't talk about that in polite society. You know, exactly what young impressionable minds need to hear about their fellow humans.
Sarah says, I learned it with boys in my class and we didn't get anything done. They were immature little tykes.
On brand, then.
Heather ate 2 crackers, drank water, took the meds, and took a bio break. Excellent.
If that's not a writer's bio break, I don't know what is. I took a stack, 2 crackers, really. It got the meds down. And I had water. That's a technicality if there ever was. Like, that is writers. That's why I'm starting to slowly actually work on the care. Are
you outlining?
Yeah, the care and feeding of your, writer.
Your writer? Your pet writer?
I'm going to buy 12 for my husband.
I told you guys, Tom is the commercial success in our family. I am
half a dozen for my sister. Like, you don't know this, honey, but your daughter is a writer in training. It's going to happen. Just right. Embrace it.
Yes.
My son.
I'm not even gonna allow you to clarify this, Nia. I'm assuming that you had a whole pound cake and that it was delicious, because the stress right now is real, and I want an entire pound cake.
What's the point of pound cake if you're not eating a pound of it?
Right? It's in the name.
I mean, isn't it essentially made for 6 people, so each person gets a pound?
I wish. Yes.
Welcome to the neurodivergent view of that recipe.
It should be 6 pounds of cake.
The way my grandmother made it, I believe it was because she did a version of the cupcake.
Yeah, the pound.
Yeah.
A pound of flour, a pound of butter, a pound of eggs. Yeah, I tried to make that once and it was so greasy, but we still ate it.
The solution is the rum.
Oh.
Because that was my grandmother's solution to everything. You just put rum on it.
I mean, nothing making a poke cake.
I'm telling you, Tom.
My grandmother used to make something with rum in it, but actually I think she made fruitcake. I think she made
Mom, everybody
The cake
needs
is
your
much better
book.
with rum.
Everybody
People are
needs your book as a gift for someone they know. Okay? It's a service, and I will happily help you write this. Oh, wait, here I am already helping. Yeah.
I miss getting drunk off of the fumes from my grandmother's fruitcake. Oh, so much rum. so
A
much
lot of
rum.
rum. A
You
lot
had to
of
keep it
rum
away
that
from
goes
open
through your head,
fires.
through your nose.
It was an explosion risk.
Did you like the cake? Just a corner of the cake. Yes. Mia pounded a cake. It was great.
Yes. Living vicariously through you.
It was good.
I just wanted to say I do have people home now, so there might be background noise. So apologies.
It's okay. It's all good. Life happens, and I personally kind of like, hearing a little bit of the flavor text of people's lives.
And say, I love it whenever we're on with Nia, and at some point her daughter pokes in of like, "Are you still on, Mom?" Oh, don't worry, it's nothing. We'll come back.
Things.
So we thought for the second hour of the show, we would talk about this very cool and amazing ability that pretty much everybody in chat, everybody on screen has, which is we can write the world we want to live in. It's pretty powerful. It's something that the majority of people on the planet do not have this ability to do. No matter how much people are like, every person has a book, and I'm like, everyone has maybe something creative in them, but some people just have a song. I'm just saying. Some people just have a song. Maybe they have a sculpture in them. They don't have a book.
A lot of people have a limerick.
Yeah. Oh, I would definitely. I know some people that is what they contain, is a limerick. They are walking embodiment of a limerick. I don't need to name names. We all know people in our lives who are walking limericks. So we thought we would talk about and just open up the floor to discussion of. So we've talked about how messed up the world we actually live in is. Why not recognize the truth of it instead of living lies of other people defining what the world is when that's not the truth? So here we are in Truthville. Now we know it. What is the world we want to live in?
Well, I think Freeform is learning the power of this right now, because when they announced that they renewed Motherland for a third and final season, and all of my fellow gays and I who watched the show screamed out in 3-part harmony, no, because it's one of the only shows that's being produced right now on a budget that, granted, it exists in an alternative to the United States, but one that has no sexism, no racism, no homophobia, no transphobia. It has lesbian main characters that are treated no differently than any of the other characters in the story. It is, as my husband said it the other day, this is the representation we've been looking for. They're just characters. We're just characters. There's no coming out arc. There's no, and then to find out that it was created by one of the writers and creators of the Big Gay Sketch Show, everything makes sense in the world. But
yes.
But, that's seeing yourself in your fiction is such an important thing to do, which is why I know a lot of the worlds that I write are specifically geared at that. I've never seen the kinds of heroes and heroines and whatever the non-binary equivalent is of the characters that I write in anything. And I want to see that. I want to think about how would they see this situation differently? How would they handle this situation differently without always resulting to what would a toxically masculine character do? Because I like fantasy fiction, and that's generally the solution. If you want to spoil the ending of all fantasy novels, just ask yourself, what would the most toxically masculine character do? And that's how that book will end, generally. But yeah, it's so important for us to write ourselves and to show the world the way we want it. Gene Roddenberry, for his many flaws, the one thing that he constantly said every time he was told that his work was not realistic was, if nobody shows you a possible future, no one's going to think it can happen. Yes, I want to show everyone getting along for the most part, and not without a lot of those other things going on, because if you don't see it, you can't imagine that it could come into being.
And like if you saw all the TV shows from the 80s and 90s, and then you saw the TV shows in the 2000s, you would wonder what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Because the 80s and 90s were actually very inclusive. It is very much like what we're trying to do now in media. And then all of a sudden you see this change, and it's where, there was a concerted effort by a lot of fascists, pick all of your negative forms of words you don't like, taking over media. Taking over media specifically to show the world they wanted to happen. And look, the 2010s, that is the world we started to see, because you are influenced by the media you are exposed to. This is just how humans go. It's why advertising works. The more often you see a representation, the more you go, okay, that's how the world is.
I feel like one of the most radical things that I do on a regular basis is we get together at least once a week and we have a discussion with other writers about how we want to write, how we don't write, what we write, whatever, but through the lens of a million other things. But essentially, let's be honest, almost everyone who ever comes on this show is writer or writer adjacent. You know, they're definitely a creative person. And this is one of the most subversive things I do, and I'm really proud of it. One of the other subversive things I do is I encourage children to read. I also encourage everyone else to read, but that's like my librarian subversiveness. Anyway, that's something else. But like being able to redefine our world the way we want it to be rather than what it already is truly radical. And every one of us is capable of that. That's here, that's either on screen or in the chat. We're all capable of that because we can make whole worlds.
And also showing your allyship. I'm just looking at the chat with the, Uhura as an icon.
Yes.
That first of all, she was going to leave the show, except for Dr. King talked her into staying on it. But the infamous kiss between her and Kirk, they actually, the network insisted that they film that scene twice. Once where they kiss and one where they didn't. And of all people, William Shatner was so upset about that. He already had a reputation for messing up his lines and not being the best actor in the world, intentionally flubbed his lines, crossed his eyes, did everything he could to ruin all of the non-kiss takes. So there was nothing else for them to use. There wasn't an alternate version that they could put out on other media.
And I mean, and at the time, like, people forget, William Shatner, and Leonard Nimoy are Jewish.
Mm-hmm.
They had only been white for a few years at that point.
Yeah, Jews didn't become white, or Ashkenazi specifically didn't become white. Ashkenazi Jews did not become white, usually for most people till the mid-50s through the early 60s. That was the start. My mother graduated high school before she became white. Which is why
her high school graduation was black and white photos, because if you were a person of color, you tended to still stick with black and white because you could seem much lighter skinned to Caucasian.
I was talking to Kelly Wright, who's another author tuber, and I was talking about the stupidity that people will come to me with and be like, oh, what type of Asian are you? And I'm like, not your business type of thing. But she was like, oh, I'm going to start asking people what type of white they are. And she was like going through a bunch. And then I was like, oh, and these two. She's like, what do you mean? They're super white. I was like, they weren't always considered that way historically. She's like, no shit.
Yeah. And my mother felt kind of concerned that, so mom became white in the 60s in Detroit, Michigan. And it was a very odd experience actually for her. And she talked about it plenty of times, but she felt like she often wondered in the 80s and 90s out loud to us as children at home if she did the right thing by moving down to Mississippi when dad wanted us to move down, because we were not white down here in the 80s and 90s in Mississippi. And she was like, have I done you a disservice by not giving you that? By not giving you this opportunity to grow up in a world that considers you white? And I was like, I think we're okay. Like, we always had a bag of marshmallows in the pantry labeled for the KKK fire. Like, it was literally labeled, and she was so sure at some point the KKK were going to burn a cross on our front yard, and that was her, this is how we show them me. And that is, so there was a bag of the biggest marshmallows she could find, and we were only allowed to use it if the KKK ever burned a cross in our yard. And we were always like, gosh, I really want these marshmallows. And Mom's like, So she was always wondering if it was going to happen. It was always, on the tip of the tongue kind of thing for us. So we grew up on that hair's edge of race. And I was still like, you know what? I'm glad that we grew up not really feeling white, because it gave us so much more opportunities to be friends with everybody versus the white side is so segregated.
Race, gender, and sexuality are the three things that I often just like lose my cool around my non-neurodivergent friends, because they feel I'm awkward for some of the questions that I ask about things that I truly just don't understand. But yet you meet a trans person, the first thing you ask is what's in their underwear, because they've done this and I've had to stop them. Like, there are questions like I don't understand why. I don't understand why this is a. Like, if you're not going, anyway.
Greeks only became white in the 60s as well.
Mm-hmm.
At least, so I'm told. Like, Greeks and Italians were not white till the 60s, and don't let them tell you otherwise.
That's what I told Kelly. But race, gender, and sexuality are the reason that I am scared of the Bible Belt and everything. But next in line, like, you are lovely people, and I know that there are lovely people who live down there. Like, obviously, Kate Kavanaugh lives there, and half the year my cousins live in Trump country in Florida, but they are not at all, which makes me be like, then move somewhere else, please. But it's like, I know nice people exist in the South, but like actually accepting and not nice, the way we were talking, because we were talking that
not false.
It didn't really, it doesn't really help anyone. We talked about that last time I was on your stream, but you know what I mean? The way most people use the term nice, where, they're not in my face or anything, but
they're not directly offensive.
Right. But those three things, I'm just like, there are so many reasons why Trump supporters would want me to not exist. And I was just like, I can't go to that part of the map in general.
That's how I feel about all of my neighbors. I'm literally surrounded by them constantly.
Yeah.
But again, that's why we tell the stories of better worlds, because most people are not creative. I mean, you actually do, everyone here needs to accept that we are more creative in our concepts of the world and how to tackle the world than most people we meet. Yes. And so we need to share those ideas so they now have sort of, pre-made, preloaded ideas of how to handle things. It's not that they don't want to be, it's that they don't know how to be. And that's why it is important for like how you communicate, how you just chat in your everyday life as well, to show people here's a better way to develop friendships. Here's a better way to, think about others and show concern.
And it's so important. I remember when I wrote The Chain, I did not realize how popular that book was going to be among stay-at-home mothers raising their children who came out to conventions to tell me what their drag name was and how they found that description of seeing yourself, imagining yourself as another person, as empowering in their own personal life, and how they had started doing that amongst their friends, that when they would go out and finally get somebody to watch the kids and would go out, they all had their personas that they put on, and they would put their makeup on and their hair out and like, thank you, I got this idea from the book. And I'm just like, okay, not my intention, but I'm glad that helps you. Like, I'm glad that helps you. That is such a vitally important thing to do to help other people, is to give them that avenue of self-expression.
Yeah. I think so here's the power of stories. when we read a story, we are living our brain can't tell the difference between living that experience ourselves and just reading about a fictional, made up lie. I mean, look, when you write fiction, you're writing lies. I mean, look, we're all writing lies. But it's lies that can be the world we want to exist. But when our readers read it, their brain can't tell the difference between whether this is a lie versus they actually lived it, which means you're making new pathways for some people. You're building new places of communication in their brain that they have never visited before. And certainly where I live, where Tom and I both live in South Mississippi, and we've also lived in North Mississippi as well. We certainly have met some people who, to me, are like truly embodiments of contradiction. On the surface, they certainly talk like bigots. They seem to have all the bigoted memberships. And yet, some of these, not all, I certainly am not trying to go, oh, but not all bigots. No, I'm not trying to do that. But some of them truly, secretly, are, on the other hand, actually wonderful allies of a variety of minority communities. And look, being a neurodivergent person, you better believe as a child, a teenager, and in my 20s, I'm like, I would just go up and ask, why you like this? I thought you were a racist. I thought you were a member of the KKK. Excuse me, why do you have an entirely African-American family living on a trailer, on a nice trailer that you're renovating, on your property out in your back 40, rent-free for 2 years? What's going on? And, like, I can only tell you personal direct experiences. That guy told me, well, I just got to thinking how they lost their house. It burned down. They didn't have anything but the clothes in their back door in their car that didn't burn up. And I was thinking how I'd be so mad at the world if I had no way to get better. And I do have that trailer just out there on my back 40. So I told them if they want to, they could go live in it. And then, I got to thinking how we don't have proper insulation. So I started fixing it up. And I'm like, yeah, but you're not charging them rent. He's like, well, everybody needs a leg up. And it's not like I was making money off of it before. So why make money off of it now? Excuse me, sir. What happened and who took your brain? And he's like, and I was like, what got you thinking this? He's like, well, I've been reading some books. See, our library was running low on books. And, I found To Kill a Mockingbird, and it got me thinking. And I found, and he started listing these books that take place in the South. But, that are definitely
anti-racist.
Anti-racist. Thank you. I was like, they're not racist, but that's not how I wanted to be. Yeah, anti-racist. And he's like, so I was, because it's like boring. I don't have, there's nothing good to watch. Glory. It's all liberals on TV. I don't want to watch TV. So I got to reading these books, and I'm like, It just got me thinking. So when their house burned down, I was like, hey, and this is the power of what we all do here. This is what we do.
I always
change hearts and minds.
I always feel like I didn't do enough representation in my first trilogy, and I didn't necessarily. I did a better job in my sci-fi one, where there's the main character has like a gay friend, and it's like whatever, and then the best friend of the male main character is asexual, and I have mixed feelings about it now in hindsight, that I made the alien culture like basically all like whatever, like as long as like you can't cheat and you can't force yourself on anyone. Those are the rules. And that's it. And so that's what I want. And I wrote that, but I didn't write that as Earth, because that's not what we're like, because it's supposed to be set now. And I'm wondering if I should have said it a little bit like.
Yeah, I struggled with this a lot because while my urban fantasy takes place in an alternate history that, magic has always existed on planet Earth, it's always been off to the side. So history played out exactly the same way. And the story that I'm writing takes place between 1985 and 1995. And
historical drama.
Writing all that vintage fiction.
Hold on there for a minute.
I was screaming, and and someone was like, oh, or I wasn't streaming, someone else was streaming, but I was in the comments and someone was like, oh, I'm doing research on 2010. And I'm like, don't say that.
But the main character is non-binary, and that is a concept that they would not have had access to back at that time. And I struggled a lot because I don't want to misgender my characters. I don't want to put them through that. And I just right from the beginning chose I'm going to use their pronoun. They are they. I'm just going to do that. Even in the part of the story where they don't know they're non-binary yet, I am not misgendering them even then, because I would not want that to have happened to me. I'm treating this character the way I want to be treated. And because they're relating to this kind of underground magical society, that society had a word. And they gave that word to them. And so they have this concept, they're able to have that concept brought in. But I was very careful. I did not want to misgender them at all in the story, even though I really should. You know what I'm saying? Given the time period and whatnot.
But I feel like the character, even because like I didn't know what demisexual was until maybe 2 years ago, but I always knew what I was. At the same time, you know what I mean? Like I know there was a term for it. I think when you have a character and you're just writing the truth of the character, it doesn't matter whether or not in the time that they're living, there's a term for it. So like I think what you chose was
their mother misgenders them,
right?
And because that plot point spoilers,
Yes.
but you know, it's not the main point of the story. It's just one of the things that happened in there. But it was a lot to get me to accept that in the real world, when they're sitting on their bed with their He-Man bed sheets and everything, in this scenario, to use the proper pronoun, because again, they would not have had access to that. But again, that's about seeing the world the way you want to see it.
Yes.
You know, because, oh my God, what my life would have been like if when I was 10 or 11, somebody would have said, oh, by the way, there's this thing. We think this is what you might be. Is this you?
Yeah.
You see yourself here. And I wanted to, that's just what I did.
I worried about a couple years ago now, like not that long ago, 2 years maybe. I really did some soul searching about my characters, like a variety of my characters in fiction, of like, am I doing enough representation, race, gender, just and all sorts of sexuality, diversity in general. Am I doing enough? And I at first, because I was like, oh, am I not? Because like even though a bunch of my main characters were, I thought at first, cis white males, and I realized, okay, first, and Tom is literally was chuckling at me when I was telling him about this soul searching a few weeks I had privately before I told him about it. And he's like, I'm sorry, what? You're a bunch of your main characters are cis white, excuse me, when? And I was like, yeah, because I had admitted part of why I've been essentially dealing with something sort of like writer's block was because being cis, white, heterosexual male did not fit these characters. But I was so used to reading about cis, white, heterosexual males in the kind of fiction I enjoyed, the adventure side of the stories, that I had in my mind a default, and I was trying to make these main characters fit into these category boxes that they were like, we don't fit her, so we refuse to go forward with your story till you fix it. And hence my sort of writer's block wasn't exactly writer's block. And I realized, wait, they're not. Some of them are non-binary. Some of them are gender fluid, like truly gender fluid, they're just, like water. And some of them have sexualities all over the place. And really, hardly any of them are truly what we would call white. They're all just variations on the world I actually live in. Like racially, it's Mississippi is actually one of the most diverse communities in the entire country when we really get into minority groups, and including sexuality and gender too. Mississippi is one of the most fantastically diverse communities you could ever hope to grow up in, which is
it's really hard
We have the
to
worst PR.
blink twice if you've lived here for more than 4 years. When, you know, at anyone who, I don't have a good way to say this one. We'll just go on.
But, and then, like, it wasn't even a year later that I read somebody's Twitter thread about why aren't your characters neurodiverse? Why isn't anybody writing them? Da, da, da. And that actually kind of led to this channel being created. But also I was like, what about my characters? Are they not neurodiverse? Now, I hadn't consciously thought about making my characters neurodiverse, but there's, again, Tom was laughing at me going, how are any of them not neurodiverse, Glory? How are any of them neurotypical? I'll wait. And like he really did was like, I'll give you months. Give time. Make your pitches of why your characters, even your tertiary characters, are neurotypical. And I had to admit that, like, there's 2 out of probably a cast of what is in my fictional universe is like there's at least over 100 characters.
Oh yeah, there's at least about 120.
There's 2 neurotypicals, and that they're the 2 I feel uncomfortable writing for because I'm like, I don't know, they're so weird and foreign to me.
So what I'm hearing is you played the Stargate game, but with your own characters. The Stargate game, if you don't know, is they're very clear that somebody on SG-1 was gay. And so the game is sitting around with all your friends who know the show by heart and figuring out who it was because they'd never come out. It's Walter, by the way. It has to be Walter. Walter's the only person that's never shown dating somebody of the opposite sex. So it has to be Walter.
But yeah, like, yeah, no, it turns out all my characters are sexually all over the place. Because even I was concerned, like, wait, I don't have any asexual characters. Tom's like, I'll wait. You'll find them. I'll just wait over here. Let me know when you remember which ones are actually.
Play the Jeopardy music.
Yeah, no, but like it goes on for days. And
I've helped her design and workshop all of these characters, so It's like I know they're there, I know who they are, but it's more fun to watch as she tries to go through them.
So what I am saying
Discovery learning.
Maybe even just look at your characters, but without that lens of the kind of things you've read before, but look at them for who they really are, and you may find they're actually more diverse than you may have initially thought.
I think for me, part of the problem is that I have aphantasia. So to me, like, I obviously see color. Like, the people are like, oh, I'm colorblind. I'm like, BS, also not cool. Like, you can't deny a part of someone's identity because you don't want to be racist. There are ways to not be racist and acknowledge that someone's Black or Asian or gay or so, like, it's like you don't have to be racist or prejudiced or whatever other thing we want to call it, depending on the thing. But to me, I just know how I would react if I was each character. So whether or not my neurodivergence is in there or not is not something that I've consciously thought about. And I also have never been like, oh, this character is Asian, or this character is an only child with a single mom, who is adopted. Like, I don't put myself into any story that way. And it's more just that when I see there's a group, what's it called? It's Asian authors. And they're for like picture books mostly in middle grade. They're not for young adult or up really, but they're all Asian authors who write Asian characters. And I always feel a little bit like, should I not be included in this group because I haven't written Asian characters? And it's like a weird imposter syndrome to have, because I agree there needs to be representation, and who's going to do it if not the people who need to be represented? But characters come to me as they are, and I can't, the same way that Kate was like, I can't force her main character Annalise, I can't remember, from like her Meridian Map series to not be Black.
Yeah.
I can't force myself to think of a character of like a person of color if that's not the vibe I got from them. Even though I'm never visually seeing them because I have aphantasia, it's just so I always feel bad.
Yeah, I didn't really think about some of my characters based on race at all. And because I mean, like when I think of my characters, I'm thinking more about their heart. I'm thinking about their mind. And I'm not thinking about what does their skin color look like, because that is like the thing I cared the least about. You
And
know?
their culture.
Yeah. But like Tom again, because I was like, but there's not that many Asians even in my stories, even though in my world here in South Mississippi, we have plenty and it's lovely. And I have quite a few friends of Asian backgrounds here. And Tom was like, again, I will wait while you finally remember which of your characters actually has Asian backgrounds. You have to remember. And what it was like, I was like, oh, wait, I forgot his uncle has a little shrimp boat. And yeah, in my mind, his uncle is of Vietnamese background because I have experience with those, with the Vietnamese shrimp boat community here. But I hadn't thought of this particular character, who again has an uncle, of that because again, I'm just thinking about his heart and mind and not what he physically looks like because it's the least thing. And also for whatever the reason, some of his community background hadn't come up in the story at that point.
Yeah, I just feel like maybe I should say something, you know, like the way that Rue in the Hunger Games, like it's mentioned like maybe once that she is, you know, darker skin or whatever, and then everyone absolutely lost their mind when a Black actress was cast, and people who had read the books were like, it's here, like, you know. But it's like, because I don't say anything, I'm not fighting a lot of people's default cis white.
Yeah.
And I feel
like
I'm not doing what I should. But I think that someone's a person of color if they're not in.
I think it's perfectly reasonable that in your mind, the default is not cishet white. And so it makes sense that, so since you're not thinking that's the default, then you're not thinking about, oh, I need to write against the default because that's not your default.
I'm just imagining I'm a character, which is weird because the idea of role play like scares the crap out of me. But like, if I like, because again, like I'm just thinking that if I was in this situation, like if I'm a ruler and my kind is dying out, here are the choices I would make. Or if I was kidnapped by aliens, but I had like military training despite not being in the military, this is how I would react. It's like all these different things, but it's mostly like the humanity of even my non-human characters. And I don't really think about anything else. And then I'm just like, I didn't put anything there so that people can see themselves in it. But I also didn't. Yeah. So
because like part of me doesn't really want to necessarily describe a skin tone because I would like all the kids reading or whoever's reading to be able to, again, color people the way that they want to, you know, like, so it's not, but again, to me, the default is not white. And so it's hard for me to remember sometimes that at some point I'm going to need to put some flavor text in to make sure it's abundantly clear to people. In my stories, the default's not white because Mississippi is not actually that white. That's why when we have racism, it is so strong because people got to self-assert, that kind of thing. I
mean, it is always fun to bring up that story from the people doing all the what do you call it, the your chart of all your ancestors.
Oh, you mean like how what?
Genealogists.
Yeah. The genealogy. We have in the state, actually not that far away from us, for the Mormons, the literal number 2 researcher group across the world, literally. Like they are literally the second. They are just in this little town.
This tiny little town.
But they are some of the top genealogy researchers for, you know, Mormons. And they've had to develop this rule of they will help anyone to the best of their ability. But everyone has to, at least at the time, promise to accept the findings, because just about everyone around here in Mississippi, if they start doing genealogy, you're going to shake out
You don't know what's
non-white.
going to come out of that tree, but yeah, it's going to be
and
non-white.
everything, really.
And it
Like,
might
they
be
mix here.
non-straight. They're like, we can't promise you that we're not going to shake that tree, and all sorts of people going to fall out that maybe, you know, societally you may not want to tell people about. You may have to experience your own shame level, but we're not going to take it back. We're not going to lie for you. You have to like openly accept this in order for them to be willing to help you, because it's happened so many times.
Yeah, where people just like drop the genealogy chart they've made and everything and just storm off and never show up again. That is not my family. No, we checked all the
Suck
records.
it up, Buttercup.
That, and there are just too many cousins to keep track of.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the fun thing when like a lot of people around here do their genealogy and they find out, like, I just assume when I meet somebody we're cousins around here. Like we may be two, you know, second, third, fourth cousins, maybe a couple of removed, but we're cousins. Like I know in my heart.
I just saw that on Twitter where someone was like, oh, so like I was out and I met this cute guy and, you know, nothing really happened. But then I ran into him at like my cousin's party and he asked me like why I was there. And I was like, oh, it's my cousin's, and said the name. And then he like totally panicked because it was also his cousin. And then people were replying and were like, are you blood related though? And I was like,
yeah. Every time he, my husband hires a local for the restaurant, one of the first things I do is sit down with them and go, let's find out how we're related. Because we are. Like, it's just, it is the nature of things.
Oh, and believe me, the other Morbits were so amused when because we were like, all right, yeah, let's do this together. And they were like, and so it was, again, they were like, so we want to know how we're related to you. And we're like, I don't know that we are. Y'all, it took them going back, what was it, to the mid 1700s?
Yeah.
But they did find how they were related to us and how we are cousins. And they're like, now we got Jews in here. Yep. Like, because they thought it was hilarious. And I'm like, you go for it. Have a wonderful time. Well, I didn't think I'd ever be related to Mormons either. So we were all having a good time.
That's the one thing that's really hard to get people to understand is if you go back enough generations, everyone is related.
Everyone
and I think a lot of people think that you have to go back like to the dawn of humanity or something. Like, no, it's really not that far back. There's a reason like 25% of people in Europe are related to Genghis Khan. Mm-hmm. And it's yes, partially because, fathered lots of children, but also because if you go back far enough, someone in there married somebody who wants to descend. Like, it's just how it's how
humans work.
Einstein married his cousin, and you have like all these ones where if you're a cousin, it's okay, and then you have a few where maybe it was a little bit less okay, even by that standard.
Well, I mean, up until recently, people married within their community, so there's always a high chance of marrying cousins.
At least second cousins.
And also because of patrilineal, I'm not even going to try to say the word that comes after that, but that we pass everything down on the father's line, on the male line.
How to keep property within the family.
To keep property in the family. That was a very, very common thing to do. Yeah, primogeniture. Yeah, I can't say that word. My mouth will not wrap around.
For us.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, it's such an we're all cousins.
We are actually all cousins, and that's why I think so much of this divisiveness is redunculous. So let's write a new world, or 500 of them. Let's have a wonderful time because we can, and no one can say we can't. Especially with indie publishing, there's no gatekeeping. Well,
see my video tomorrow.
I know because see Charlie's future video. I know, but.
There's a little bit of gatekeeping.
There's a lot less than indie.
There is a lot less gatekeeping among indie publishing. And dream big. Dream big and write the world you want there to be. And while you're at it, add a little more diversity for the heck of it.
And embrace your strange.
Make friends with everyone else so that you have plenty of sensitivity readers. Because you should absolutely do this.
Yes.
I thought like I have posted on this YouTube channel in the about I'm available sensitive reader for dyslexia because I have dyslexia, and I honest to God never thought I'd actually be needed as a sensitivity reader for dyslexia until I was actually needed. Hi, Amy. Till I was actually needed as a sensitivity reader for dyslexia, and then found out I was genuinely needed, and had to like look. I had to use the red pen. Of, oh, this is bad. Oh, we got to fix this. No, this is not okay. And also, this is not what dyslexia is.
Did you read Percy Jackson?
I did not.
Okay.
I did.
Thoughts?
Overall, actually, it was fine, especially for the time period it came out in, which may seem weird, but yeah, it was a little bit over a decade ago, and it was a bit different. But as far as the representation of the difficulties and the analogies they try to use, like
he's gotten
it's hard to explain. You can tell he's trying to explain to a neurotypical audience something that they will never experience.
Yeah.
And so, there are odd, clunky analogies being used, but it does show he wants to make sure his audience is brought along and does not other the main character.
Yes.
Yeah, I have what I call the Dax rule, and that is never make an analogy when you can just say something outright.
Yeah.
I don't know where that rule came from.
Where could it have come from? Who's Dax? What is that from? Would it be a Roddenberry franchise? I can't quite remember.
I honestly don't know. So someone.
There. It's from like Dax's Deep Space Nine. Didn't Dax show up in something else in one of the other franchises, or am I mistaken?
Yes.
No.
Well, the Trill showed up.
The Trill show up in.
All right, y'all.
But
okay.
Yeah.
All right, Trekkies. It's all right. I will hold you close to my heart. You are valid in every way. But anyway, that Dax, is primarily in Deep Space Nine, and has a really interesting arc in there. You could actually just watch like certain Dax episodes.
She's every trans character, every trans writer that I know's favorite Star Trek character, just because she used to be a dude, and that's a big part of her story arc.
Yeah.
But she is an analogy for everything gender and sexuality related.
Mia.
Just
Trill Bay
everything.
really hard. Yeah. I have to admit, I was hoping things would get more hot and heavy at the end, but it didn't.
And so while
in my
I understand that
world, it got real hot and heavy.
While I understand that analogies can be important in helping people understand experiences that they don't have, that they cannot have, be very careful that the analogy actually refers to the thing that you're talking about. Because, for example, the sexuality one with Dax is she meets a woman that a former host had been in love with, because the little worm in her belly goes from person to person to person. And they really are very strong about how she basically remembers being a dude, and that's why she's into the other person. They really they threw lesbianism right into an odd binary.
I feel like they threw lesbianism under the bus, but okay.
I'm sorry, I heard worm, and that's what I was freaking out about, not the rest of.
It's a symbiotic situation.
Yeah.
Where the worm lives for like hundreds of years, right?
Thousands.
Thousands. Yeah, it lives for a long, like immortality to us humans. And so it's an heirloom that's passed on from person to person, and it's semi-sentient in its own way. It is sentient, and it keeps memories to some degree. Because Tom definitely was like, here, you're going to want to watch the whole Dax arc. And I was like, ooh, hotness, yes. Oh, but then they calmed down at the end. Yeah.
Well, some of that was because the other producer, who is not Rick Berman, who will hopefully one day be in jail, realized what Rick Berman was doing to Terry Farrell, and all of this hypersexualizing of her character went away.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, again, I don't want actors to experience sexual harassment or anything inappropriate.
I'm just saying, if you're ever watching a Star Trek series and you're like, that's a really odd choice that they suddenly decided to change this character, there's probably a really super shady thing that happened in the background that you don't know about. Just bookmark that one for later when the memoir comes out. There's a story.
But yeah, like I did like the idea of the Trill, and essentially there's all these moral quandaries that show up when you have a symbiotic creature that really doesn't care about gender the way human beings, again, are taught to care about gender. So lots of fun times.
But you just have to be very careful when you're making those analogies to just make sure you're referring to the thing that you're doing, because the big gay episode of The Next Generation, for example, is actually about being transgender, not about being gay, because it's about a race of people that are naturally non-binary, but some people prefer gender. That's really what the episode's about, and they didn't understand the topic they were analogizing enough to make the analogy. So I've
seen that in some writers' works where they're trying to make one analogy and they honestly are making a different analogy that people they didn't find out till readers pointed it out, and then later they see it and then they seem haunted. I have to be honest, I kind of enjoy that when a writer is haunted by their own works. Maybe I'm just being unfair. Yeah, I like it. But that's just me. And anyway, on that note, how about we do a bio break? It's going to be fun. There'll be snack time, everybody. It's time for juice and cookies. And maybe a little walkie. Maybe a dance. Yeah, dance party. Whatever you want to do. I am obviously very much into the Halloween mood. So I have found yet another Halloween timer, and I hope everybody has a good time with me.
Yes, truly. Remember, a good way to stretch is just do a little bit of dancing.
Like this. Stretch with me, everybody. Just shake that chest, whatever you got. There you go. There you go. Okay, and on that note, I will see you all in a little bit. Beep, 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 spooky beep, beep. Woo. Woo. This is what I got. Woo! Are you all ready? Yeah.
The spice must flow.
Woo! Okay. At a certain point, I could you have no idea how ridiculous I can actually get. Okay, how did everybody do? What did everybody do? You don't have to tell us. You could keep it secret. I'm just saying now's a great time to humble brag your 10 minutes.
I edited more content out of the video that I am concerned violates the weird you can't talk about Fight Club thing. So I don't know how intelligible this is going to be when it's done. I think it'll be fine. It'll be fine. It will be fine.
I'm eating coconut cookies, and as I was summoned by my sister to the next room for what are our next talking points?
I ate a black and white cookie, and I did some novel writing, and I did a bio break in the bio break, so that's always
awesome.
good.
I summoned Tom because I'm magical, and also I made a formal schedule for next month, which I have posted in the Discord as well as other locations.
I can't commit to anything because I don't know if I have jobs yet, but I posted in the public chat for people to please keep me in their thoughts, prayers.
Okay.
Whether it's to a monotheistic God or to a bunch of deities or, magic that you do, just whatever, please. Because I have 2 interviews tomorrow and I'd like at least one of them to go well. But at the same time, if neither of them go well, there's another thing I applied for that I got to the next level. And that would have to be my only focus. But I just want something. And for so long, I wasn't getting any responses. And then in the past 3 days, I've gotten or past 5 days, I've gotten all of them. And I'm but I can't commit. It's still all up in the air.
Yes.
I was actually kind of glad for that post because that reminded me of a good sort of segue about the discussion points for this hour, which is people talk about religion and the religion causes so many problems. Why don't we just get rid of religion? Because we're human. That's why. Humans have an innate spirituality because of how our brains form. They've literally checked on it. They've researched it. They've, definitely done a few possibly inhumane experiments. But humans are spiritual. So that's why you still need it, even though, yes, the way religion ends up getting used can be really effed up. Humans still need a certain form of spirituality to just be human.
Well, as with all things, the problem is not religion, just like it's not countries or anything else. It's people craving power. This is the one thing that we as a species need to cope with and figure out a way to actually get to the other side of. Like we were talking about in the first hour, most of the gender norms and sexuality norms that we're talking about were literally put in place in the 1950s so that women would know their place and get over that sense of liberation that they got during the war. Because the men's are back and you need to be cooking them dinner.
And so we don't need Peggy Carter around anymore.
Most importantly, you need to give the men their jobs back. It was to me, it was even less about they need food when they get home. It's that they're give us back our livelihood and just
because until we start to talk about all of these things from racism to sexism to homophobia, transphobia as means of control of the population, we're not going to actually be able to move forward on any of it, because when you can get people fighting amongst themselves, they cannot see their own problems. So the more upset you are at a fictitious group, and they're becoming more and more fictitious by the day, because as it's not quite as cool to be, racist or homophobic or sexist, they're literally making up goblins and telling themselves all kinds of, like, people wonder where mythology comes from. Currently, 8kun. That's where mythology comes from. It's a bunch of scared people telling stories about things that happen in the dark. But it's allowed to happen because powers that be need people distracted. Jeff Bezos is not going to be able to keep people working at the Amazon warehouses, peeing in jars and pooping in bags, unless we're so distracted by, what is Joe across the street getting that I don't have? You
would not believe how much Mississippi spends hunting out fraud in its social welfare system versus how much it actually finds.
Right. It's like the military spent millions of dollars in the 1950s and 60s hunting for Dorothy, because they got on good authority that all of the queer people in the military were friends of Dorothy. So as long as they could find Dorothy, they could identify all of the queer people and get rid of them.
Yeah. Zero, you're still muted, babe.
Sorry. Who's Dorothy? What?
It means gay.
Because a lot of queer people really like The Wizard of Oz, and especially Judy Garland.
No, because I hear Dorothy and that's what I think of, but then I'm like, I don't.
Gay people were called friends of Dorothy. The military took this literally.
I never knew that.
Yeah, the military took this literally, and spent millions of dollars trying to find Dorothy.
Money doesn't make you smart.
Nat Baum did a wonderful journalistic video, just came out in the last week or so.
Yeah.
I think it was not this last Sunday, but not yesterday, but the Sunday before. And it is wonderful. And it's based around the video essay is based around an episode of MASH. But it's really about the witch hunt for the gays in the military, but really in all government jobs, and how it destroyed lives. And they did it on purpose.
Yes.
They would call these people's family so they couldn't go back to their hometowns.
And the hypocrisy of J. Edgar, I'm going to run around in women's lingerie and do drag on the weekends.
Tea parties in the White House lawn in drag. And
saying, I'm going to get rid of all of the dirty queer people.
Tell us about your just boyfriend, J. Edgar. Anyway.
No one hates like a hater.
No one hates like a hater. It's true.
My mom's theory is that the people who are the most prejudiced against non-cis het are non-cis het themselves, and we have yet to be proven wrong.
Well, it's the same thing as why in the conservative groups, the ones who are most we need to protect our children are the ones who keep getting caught molesting children.
I mean, there's a certain
warning would have been appreciated there.
Sour grapes. There's a certain it's not everybody, but it's a fair percentage of people who are the witch hunters, if you will, in any community for whatever they're hunting down. They themselves are the perpetrators. And it's a way to distract. It's a bullying tactic.
Witch trials.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
But I mean, the reason you bully and the reason bullying exists is because if they don't bully the people who are more obvious, they're worried that they will be found out for who they are. That's why bullies bully what specifically they're interested in bullying about.
It's like the guy who literally organized Prop 8 and all of the anti-gay marriage campaigns in, was that 2012? Just introduced the world to his husband.
Yep.
I missed that.
And apologized a little too late.
It wasn't a good apology. It was a shit apology.
I don't care if it was the best apology in the world. I'm not accepting.
Like, yeah, I'm so sorry I did this. Meet my husband. And I'm just like, oh, we need to Lysistrata you right now. Just, Which, by the way, I do use as a verb. It's a wonderful Greek play about
I
withholding
love it. I read
favors.
it. Oh, good.
If anyone hasn't read it, do read it. Don't flax the wolf for
very
certain
good.
kinds of people.
Oh, it's amazing.
But what I was originally getting about with religion is, if gender causes so many problems, why do we still have gender? And the answer is because we need our internal world to match our external world, or dysphoria. Welcome to all these witch hunters and bullies. They are dealing as well with dysphoria.
If we take gender out of our stories, that's still not going to feel right, both to some of our own characters and to our readers. So we still need to include gender when it's appropriate in our worlds and with our characters. So just taking out gender is not a solution. Unless you are, like somehow it feels right for your story. I mean, there are plenty of stories where gender is meaningless. This is a different kind of fun story. And that's fine. Like, we're not trying to tell you your business. But it's just more like, it's okay to have gender. And it's perfectly normal and correct to have gender if your characters, especially if your characters are human or humanoid. And also to write about gender dysphoria if that's the fun you want to have with your characters. Because it is wild.
And this is something really fun to seek out people who do not write in English primarily, though a lot of the discussion is starting to come over here. Because if you write in German, if French, Spanish, the languages themselves are extremely gendered. And there's a very interesting series of conversations going on about how do going forward. How do. And it's fascinating, especially Laura sent me a book that she stumbled upon that has this long introduction in it about the ways the French are coming to terms with how gendered their language is and how to actually, in using French words, deal with non-binary and agendered people. And it's a fascinating read, and I'm starting to see this happening more and more. But this is at least the one good thing about most of us writing in English is we don't have that extra layer.
Yeah, by the time we got to English,
just using plurals, like singular, plural, like, because in French the plural of you is also more respectful. You're supposed to use it for superiors in any context, so not just family but also employers and teachers and everything. And we talked about it in my gender and language class, but we also learned this silly little poem, roses are red, violets are blue, singular they is older than singular you. And it's I get with the adjectives, that's harder because everything is gendered, but I just feel like with the pronouns you just do.
Yeah, I a couple years ago.
There's on, which is non-gendered, and then you have lur, which is they, and there are things already that if you just switch over.
And singular they was. I love when conspiracies are real because they're documented, because they spoke in public, because cis white straight men have no problems just saying things out loud.
They just the audacity of their mouth. Yeah.
But we lost singular they for a lot of the same reasons that we're still talking about. Women were not understanding that their role as secondary in society and should not be included. There are books written starting in, I believe, the 1850s that start grammar textbooks that start talking about how this idea of singular they has to be eradicated from the English language because he is the default. He must be the default because man was created in God's image. Women were not.
Created from men. When I was younger, the only grammar thing that I continually messed up, much to like my grandma's chagrin. And I think if she was alive now, she would understand and would have changed her mind, because she was very liberal that way and very open-minded, even compared to people who were younger than her. But I would say there, if I like didn't want to say someone's gender and it like didn't matter, and people would be like, you can't do that. And then it's like, but someone leaves their jacket. Why is this any different?
Because this has always been a part of our language, and there's literally was a concerted effort by a certain group of people, and you can see it in the grammar books. I have one over on my shelf there from, I think it's 1930, on how to write, and there's actually, I think, 6 paragraphs in that you should never do he hyphen she or he/she or use they as a singular. Man must always be the default and thus always use he.
Can you hear the belabored, like, so much work?
I don't even think of she as the default, and I'm a she.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just saying, like,
But they does feel like a better default.
Yeah.
Because
You're dealing with people with just very tiny self, views.
and you can see as they are really pushing this until all of the manuals of style get changed, and then slowly have been changing back over time. It's insane.
Masculinity is exhausting. I'm just saying. I highly recommend that we all give it up. Find a religious reason and just give it up. Okay, I'm just saying.
And so,
actor
sorry. I was going to change things a little bit, so you probably want to finish.
I wanted to continue with masculinity is exhausting. The actor who plays Anthony Bridgerton in Bridgerton on Netflix, who's like the most sexist character in the show.
Yes. Oh, I want to slap him.
Yes.
He's got a face for slapping.
Right, but he's also like the most unhappy, because the sexism of their world like forces him to do all these things that he like isn't happy about. And the actor who plays him is gay and has like in almost every interview talked about how toxic the masculinity was for not just women but also men. And I'm like, yes, thank you. Like, it doesn't serve anyone.
No.
It's like racism. It's not good. It's
okay.
I will like you can shine and go.
It serves white men in the ability to get a full dollar on every dollar that they're paid.
Oh no! It serves the white men in power. It does not actually serve all white men. It
doesn't serve like poor white men or middle class white men. No, that's how bad all of it is. Yeah. Racism and sexism makes everyone poor except the really rich.
They only get richer.
It's funny how no matter what happens, they just keep getting richer.
It's like the poor people who voted for a certain someone, and I was like, if you realize that you are never going to see a penny.
It's why I'm probably
Jam tomorrow.
It's why I'm probably going to put a thing on my Twitch stream where people can ban the discussion of power dynamics for like 10-15 minutes. Because it seems like every conversation eventually gets back to power dynamics.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, no matter what you're talking about, we just...
Unless it's consensual, keep that out.
Exactly.
Yeah. Believe me, there is a meme I've been trying to find a good way to make about me going through adult materials of various formats, just trying to find them without negative power dynamics. And removal of people's power.
Tom is a connoisseur.
Oh, that is a whole like.
Yeah, it's a whole meme that Tom is still making.
Yeah, yeah. But I did want to change things a little bit. Go on to the next one, which was something at least 3 of us here can probably better relate to, and that is demi-romance. And that, again, that being able to quickly explain to people your internal world so that they do not misunderstand your external world. We live in a society where the media and the general consensus is the only reason you don't sleep together on the first date is to show mutual respect for each other, not lack of interest. But that if you are not showing that interest and just you are withholding yourself, then you are cold and disinterested. But as you know, if you are demi-romantic, that first date, you're just learning about them. You have sexuality hasn't even shown up in the equation yet.
Go on, Charlie.
Oh no, I'm just having all the guilt like hit me, like the full like shame wave from my like misspent youth that really doesn't exist, but like I feel like it should, because growing up gay in the 90s was strange, y'all. But yeah, I think we have really destroyed the concept of relationships for generations.
Mm-hmm.
And it all comes down to this horrible thing called property. And it's because we've tied property rights so strongly to relationships that I know a lot of cisgendered straight couples that are married because they don't want to have to divide things up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember which Asian country it is, but it might have been Japan.
I was hearing about Japan last week you can't have shared bank accounts.
Well, there was that, but actually, I was going to say that they started paying young people to get married by offering them like financial incentives.
Oh, Japan's also doing that.
Yeah, so it was probably Japan, but
they got a negative.
I just laughed because there are people that my mom has had as family friends long before she adopted me, and she adopted me in 1998, and we've always been like, oh, their partner, not because that those examples aren't heterosexual couples, but because they've lived together, they're not married, and we're just like partner. You know, to me, marriage is like, don't get me wrong, I love a good wedding, and you know, people in my family like it for the more mainstream, like, oh, it's the ultimate declaration of your love reason and things like that, which like I don't really buy into. But to me, a wedding is an excuse to have a nice party, get gifts, hopefully not go in debt, but many people do, and if I ever have a wedding, I won't over it. And like financial and legal, tax, and whatever incentives. Like that's the main reason that I would ever get married.
Mm-hmm.
Like I wouldn't marry someone I don't love, but I wouldn't.
When I was growing up, the groups that I hung out in, we always discussed marriage as an extremely heteronormative institution, which is why I never thought that I was going to ever be married, and then that happened.
Surprise!
Surprise! Never thought I thought I was aromantic for the vast majority of my life until that happened.
Good food bypasses
really
a lot of hang-ups.
I mean, there is the New Settlement Cookbook entitled "A Way to a Man's Heart is Through His Stomach." I have found it works for all sorts of genders and non-genders. I have possibly romanced a lot of people by accident, not realizing I was being romantic.
But the problem that I have with all conversations about relationships, dating, and whatnot is, and we can branch off in so many ways from here, it's that we maintain, no matter what group we're a part of, some concept of purity. That either we're going to have the virginity discussion, or we're going to have the, no, you need to marry well so that you can have financial benefits from the relationship, and that type of purity. You have the, oh no, I'm only going to marry my one true love. Yes. You know, like we really put so much emphasis on this one kind of relationship that has to be the pure, the perfect, the ideal. That if you had
they have to be everything.
Oh yeah,
they have to
everything.
They could be your best friend, everything. Your lover, and
your one and only,
your soulmate,
your financial consultant.
And it's nothing can withstand that. You know, Joseph Campbell has this wonderful line that I love, and he says that true love is the moment that occurs after your intended commits the cardinal sin of showing them that they're not who you imagine them to be, and yet you still care. Up until that moment, it's infatuation, not love. And I think that that's true, because we've created this entire series of industries, because it's not just one.
Oh yeah.
Because you have the purity ring industry on this side, you have the bridezilla industry on that side. You have, I mean, just
Don't forget the banks now advertising, hey, have you considered getting a loan for your wedding? Go into debt for that
Right?
wedding.
Yep.
There's a really silly, stupid, but fun and entertaining Netflix original movie called Set It Up. And if you haven't seen it before, I think it's really funny. But the ending makes me want to rage because someone did something and gets forgiven. And I'm like, that shouldn't have happened. But there's an engagement party and the couple is giving the speech and the bride-to-be says, like, you know, my grandma used to say that you like because and you love in spite, you know, or despite. I don't remember which one it was, but like, I think that's like a modern, more simple version of the Joseph Campbell quote, but I think it's totally true.
because, and it breaks all of our relationships down, right? Because if we're just going to go off of a dating app, it's, are they attractive enough? So with that's a whole spectrum in and of itself that we don't talk about enough, is what you find visually appealing and what you find erotically stimulating are not always the same thing. They're actually usually very different things.
I read a profile first and then I look at the picture. And if I am demisexual, so it's not like, oh, am I attracted or not? But it's like, if I just don't like a one person, which is shallow, but we all have that at some level, then I'm like, okay, I'm not going to match with them. But I read the profile first because that's what matters to me.
Yeah, you are the odd woman out on this one. Like, I'm not saying among us. I'm just saying, like, among the general, population.
Most people look at the photo first.
Right? And they often don't even read the profile.
I know.
At all. So they're often surprised on a date, on that first meetup of like, oh, wait, you're what? You how many dogs? You know, like, well, I'm allergic to dogs. Then why did you message me?
Yeah, it's the same way I write books. It's like, I care about who you are in here. Nothing here will beat what's here. So if I don't like what I read about you,
it's like, I can't remember the show recently that had a character come out as queer and everybody was confused except for all the queer people because they had one line in an earlier episode that was like, and I don't understand why on all the dating apps everybody's got a picture of themselves with a tiger. And like, a gayer thing could not be said in the history of gaydom. Like, every queer person in the world went, oh, what a, like, it was like the shibboleth. Like,
oh,
here, let me say
see
my
you.
passcode. Like, oh, I know who you are. But like, we have to stop idealizing relationships in every way, shape, and form. Best friends are not an ideal relationship. There will never be an ideal best friend. There will be really good best friends, and I have really close friends. I'm not like pooping on the idea of friendship.
There will be friends who you think are best friends who turn out to be really shitty.
My best friend all throughout high school was one of my roommates when I first moved in, and when we first moved out of the house, and he stole my identity, stole my inheritance from my grandfather, and ran off with leaving me with 7 years of debt.
Did you ever get that resolved?
No, because he had a daughter, and it would be a shame to punish the daughter with the loss of her father.
That's what the judge said.
That's what the judge said.
Not what Charlie said.
No,
I was going to be like,
the judge said.
That's what the judge said at his trial.
Charlie doesn't get anything because
he had a daughter, and it would be a shame to rob a daughter of her criminal father.
Of her criminal father's money. That
So,
wasn't his.
Yeah, I got nothing. But
versus, I love that friendship they showed in Scott Pilgrim between Scott and what was his name?
The actor's name
texted in sleep.
Picture.
Oh yeah, the actor who got. I'm sorry, the actor's name is stuck in my head, and I'm trying to get back to
Kieran
Culkin. Yeah, it's Kieran Culkin.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I love the character alone. The character alone was great, but that friendship as well.
The texting,
where you see, like, Kieran, very obviously states it repeatedly. He's very gay. but he's friends with Scott and has no interest in Scott. They are just friends.
I find it so egotistical that like guys or girls are like, oh my god, I don't want to be like in the same like dressing room as like gay or lesbian people because they're gonna come on to me. And I was like, how big of an ego do you have for you to say that you are not attractive automatically?
But don't forget, what you're actually hearing though are people who sex comes first, and then relationship. Like that is their priority system. Because don't forget, if they then get offended.
That everyone who is into like your sex, or gender, or both, whatever, is going to be attracted to you.
I would like to introduce you to.
You already have your own preferences. You're not attracted to
like a lot of people though.
Whatever billion
like anything that moves, or some things that don't move. You know, like they just.
Eye tracking studies have shown
it's desirable, and it makes me want to be like, no.
I know.
There's not that much of a catch.
Okay, Sarah, let me just say this. This is, I know you're not going to believe me, but this is actually true. 98% of cishet women believe they can get any man to sleep with them if they really want to. If they just walk into a bar, they can get any man in there. That is their actual assumption. Men who are cishet automatically, for the most part, believe that if a woman turns them down, it's just because of the way they were that day, that phrasing. When they go tomorrow, they have just an equal, if better chance of getting her to sleep with him.
Like they could crack a code, you know? Yeah. It's just a code breaking situation. I'm sorry to say this is, you know, based on my experience as well, since, you know, I kind of exist in the netherworld of all sexualities being pan. I can like dance around to some degree. And yeah, wow, are like the majority of heterosexuals hot to trot.
I just hate
and delusional.
How much the humanity of the other person is like discounted, if not eradicated. And I like to think that's just because I'm a decent person and not because like, oh, I'm demi-romantic and demisexual. But it's like...
I hate to always be that person who brings it up, but objectification is required for our society to function.
Yeah.
If we do not think of people other than ourselves simply
we're not trying
as
to
objects,
advocate objectify.
No, I'm not advocating this. I'm just saying
I get that we all objectify, but the idea that like, oh, this is someone who like I'm going to get with, period, and that someone is actually an object just for like sexual gratification.
No,
it's not just no.
I'm not saying that it's what we all do. I'm saying it's the way the system is structured. You would not have children in tungsten mines. You know, I'm not saying that, you know, we would not have children in tungsten mines digging out very toxic chemicals with their bare hands if we weren't encouraged as a society to see them as objects rather than children. This is why racism, sexism, homophobia, and just the general solipsism that is encoded into our culture exists. Because you have to see that person serving you as at the restaurant as lesser than you, or you might ask questions like, why do they only get paid $3 to $5 an hour, depending on state?
Right.
I think I know that I'm privileged and I went to liberal schools and my high school was super liberal, even by comparison to like what most of my family experienced and what they like as adults, you know, because they, you know, they grew up in a different time, most of them, and stuff like that. So I think I had a very good education, and I do think my grandma was a very big driving force in us not doing that stuff that Charlie, you just described a lot of society doing, and I obviously recognize society did that. But then there are certain parts where I'm just like, if you can teach me that, why can't you like apply it to everything?
We could
like
make whatever
of everyone in every situation.
You can write any world you want.
We could. This is the big divide that's been happening in our country since the 1960s. Is one group on one side saying, why don't we just all get along and teach people that people are people and not to judge each other, and other people going, no, system, support the
Drives me
system.
crazy.
The system is what it is because, I don't know, name deity of the moment says so.
Yes. So, but like,
so angry.
You know, like
Right there with you.
I agree with Terry Pratchett in Hogfather about we write about these things that at this point are fictional, that aren't true in our reality, so that with the hopes of one day they become true.
I love that quote so much.
Yes, like honestly, in Hogfather, like when I originally read it, this is before I found out about the movie version that they'd made, and I still love the movie version a lot. Like I watch it at least several times a week, to be honest. That's really what got me back into writing. Was Sir Terry Pratchett is like definitely a lot of responsible for me being here right now, honestly.
And it shows in your writing, and take that compliment. Don't make me have to come at you.
Oh, I take it as a major compliment. I'm like, look, I did not cry when my mom died, but when Terry Pratchett died, I cried for 3 days. Like, I couldn't stop, and I could not explain to people at work because they were like, why is the librarian crying because an author died? And I'm like, you just wouldn't understand if you don't read the book. Like, I didn't have the words to explain it. But anyway, my point just simply being, that's sort of the point of, like, what we're trying to do here is to, like, if anything we can, coach or pump y'all up for go out and make it real in your stories, so that if we do it enough in enough different kinds of stories, it will get into the minds of the majority of readers in the world. And eventually, and it may not be in our generation, but it'll be one day in the world, people will propose, hey, what if? I mean, Gene Roddenberry really popularized this idea of essentially universal basic income as we think of it now. Gene Roddenberry normalized this idea of your value shouldn't be tied to your work. Like, whether you live or die shouldn't be tied to the work you output. Your value is your value. And then we would also love to have you here at the Federation. You know, like Gene Roddenberry really popularized. I'm not saying he started it, but he popularized it. And that is a powerful thing. And what I'm proposing, what we're all proposing actually, is go out there and do it again, and do it every time. Make these worlds. You don't have to write just the bad dystopias. You can write the dystopias that turn into realness. Like, no, I don't want to say utopias, because again, those are always like gonna fall apart. Based by the very nature of the concept of a utopia, they're not real either. But like a real world where gender is as you wish to define it for yourself. Sexuality is whatever feels right for you in a fully consensual situation. That universal basic income is a right everybody has to live a life that their ability to work is not placed as a value of how well they live. This is what we do have the power of. And we are a part of an elite group. Quite honestly, the majority of people don't have this ability or this interest or, frankly, the patience to do this, but we do. All of us are storytellers. All of us can make worlds, and we can change the world in our own way by using these little viral thoughts to get into people's heads. Don't tell them that we are doing it on purpose. And
be ready for that. You know, one of the things that I love about having been in this industry for as long as I have is, while, you know, I'm not a big name, anything, anywhere, I've had those conversations with people, you know, and that is what keeps pushing me on. Like when I'm having the nightmare hell week I'm having and just want to be like, to hell with this, I'm never publishing another book again.
Yep.
I think back to that convention I was at, where someone came and sat down to me and said that I found out my sister was into your work and we couldn't talk to each other for years. And so I started reading the books so I would have something to talk to her about. And I wanted to say thank you. And I had no idea, like, I didn't write the books to bring families together. Like, the idea of that sounds so egotistical. I couldn't even imagine myself having that thought.
Right.
But I remember her telling me that at this convention. And it's like, I don't know whose lives I'm touching when these stories are done. I don't know what little queer kid is going to read one of my stories and be like, I'm not alone.
Yep.
Like, I was surprised recently. I was double checking that I had managed to get all of the original My Little Pony for Glory, because she enjoys the series from the 80s. And I was going through Wikipedia and I recognized a name I knew from an episode. and then which was Diane Duane. So then I click on her Wikipedia, and I'm looking like, I did not realize that. Well, yes, I very much enjoyed later on in life when I read her Young Wizard series. I didn't realize how many little scripts she wrote for kids shows in the 80s and early 90s.
Scripts we loved.
And that we usually remember those particular episodes, unlike most of the cartoon show in general.
For Batman animated series and Spider-Man.
She wrote for everything we liked, okay? Yeah. She wrote for Gargoyles. She wrote for Transformers. And actually I mentioned that to her on Twitter last week as well, that I was surprised. I hadn't realized how much she had written for kids shows, and that was actually far more of my influence. And she said, thanks. She said that her rule of thumb at the time when she was working then was just to try to submit out there, because she never knew who would be interested, but that she could at least help, send out some better stories.
Right.
Diane Duane.
It turns out she was very influential in our young lives and helped shape our little child philosopher selves into who we would eventually become. And we had no idea she was such an integral part of childlike philosophy.
Yeah, she didn't set out to do this, but it was I can at least make the world a little bit better by just trying to, send out these stories and see who wants them.
And Diane Duane's one of those authors that I will not tolerate people saying bad things about, because I've met her on several occasions. Like, she's why I'm a writer. I met her and Dorothy Fontana when I was 10. And literally, she had the patience to sit down with this horribly ADHD child, asking all the questions about, how can I be a writer? With my little notebook, and just following her around at that convention everywhere she went. And she had all of the patience in the universe that I know. I whisper a dream that I will have one day, should this ever happen to me. Like, she was so kind and sweet and nice, and I've met her several times over the years, and she's that person. And at least in public, be that person. You don't know who needs to hear something nice from you.
I think we should all, because I definitely want to be more intentional with the representation in my books going forward. But I do think that, all my books are super feminist, even if I don't set out to make that point. It's just, I'm never going to write a non-feminist.
Yeah. Why in the world would you write a story in a world where women are not just as equal in mattering as men? That's a weird idea.
Yeah, but so I'm never gonna necessarily step onto my feminist soapbox in my books. I mean, I do on my AuthorTube channel and when I'm guests on other people's things, as and all of that. But if you're just trying to make the world a better place, even if you're whatever that means to you, even if you're not I'm gonna give representation to this avatar that everyone's told to come up with an avatar of your reader so you know who to market to, which yes, you should do, but sometimes it's intimidating to think a gay person's going to read my book and this is what they're going to identify with, and if I don't do this right, that's going to be it's going to set back gay representation 50 years or something. No one wants to think that. So just do your best. And then you get stories like this where it's you defined so many people's childhood and made people writers, and you did all these good things.
When in doubt, Megan, I would give you, my method for what is it I identify as.
Alice in Wonderland it. Say no to the things you know you're not.
No. Glory still finds this funny, but you know what? It's true. I still enjoy it. On YouTube, there's a YouTuber called Mr. Demon. I'm not sure if Damien's still staying with that one or if they've changed it to something else. I have to check. But they, for a while last year, just kept making these little videos, condensed of TikTok videos on a particular
compilations
on a particular subject, but specifically a lot of genders and sexualities, and then also on different pets and a few other things. But I noticed that if you look at the humor for different groups and different, self descriptions, you'll better go, wait a minute, but that's all of my humor and that's how I describe. Maybe let me go check out this more. That was really how I figured out that, I was a demi boy. I watched the demi boy.
How is it? But is it how you figured it out?
I love being on I love being on the internet with my sibling and roommate and housemate. Like, oh.
Isn't it great having siblings where they always are like you never just slide by? Yeah, they're just calling you out on your shit all the time. Like,
I mean, it's not that I wasn't before, but I didn't know what the words were.
And he kept saying, "No, I'm not a demi," and I'm like, "Here, let me sit and read you the definition again." And like this went on for years, but no, Mr. D.
So it's like him with your characters. You're like, "Oh, I don't have it," and he's like, "Oh,
Well, and I would also say, don't be afraid to change.
Yeah,
because life is the queerest thing that you can do in life is self-exploration, finding out who you are. This is the one thing that we are forced to do that the cis straight world is not.
They don't do any kind of introspection. Like, they run from it. It turns out that's what money buys you. I didn't realize that's what money buys you. And that the pandemic the panini did not allow everybody suddenly.
You already.
I'm so sorry. The panini, baby. It's all paninis. But that, like, suddenly everybody was stuck inside with each other and they didn't have money or locations to escape each other. And they actually had to be with each other. And it turns out that's, like a nightmare for cishet people.
Yeah, everyone's like, get therapy and then better health.
Like, how do you not even know yourself, let alone the person you've been living with for 20 to 30 years?
Right.
But that's because they've never done any introspection and they've certainly never looked deeply at each other. Tom and I used to talk about, like, wow, I guess everybody just kept going to bars instead of discuss their relationship with each other.
Because it is such a toxic trope in our society that changing your mind is somehow a sign of weakness.
Or that, you were confused before, so you're confused now.
And I've never really been confused about who I am. I've just been refining the idea and getting a better sense of the words and the language. I thought I was a gay man, and then I thought I was just a drag queen. I was just really into drag. And then maybe I'm just really effeminate. And then, I don't know, maybe I'm a trans woman, but that doesn't really feel right. And then somebody just said the word non-binary on a video, and I went, what the hell is that?
Mm-hmm.
And I looked it up, and the more research I did, I went, there's a word for people like me. I'm not the only one, which is why all of the language is important.
Yeah. Because once I found out that I was demi-romantic, demisexual, I was like, oh my God, this is like everything. And yet,
you can relax.
It wasn't like, obviously nothing changed about me, but it was like something so important. But even when I found out about like what sapiosexual was like a while ago, I was like, see, like I feel validated.
Okay, Laura, I thought I would know by now. Okay.
Am I the oldest one here? I think I'm the oldest one here.
Shush.
You'll never know.
So I was like I was in my late 30s for absolutely certain. Before I thought, could I be demi-romantic? Because everybody just called me a ball buster. That's the label the neurotypical cishets gave me for being demi-romantic was I'm a ball buster. Yes, thank you. I'm glad you appreciate me.
I mean, it's not related. Like, I'll take that title because it means don't F with me. But like, what does that have to do with me?
Because, okay, so what was the line, Tom? People would bring me flowers, and I'm like, what is this nonsense? You don't know me like that. Come to me in like a couple years when we've really known each other, and then you better do me a real romantic, not like some crappy flowers.
Okay, so
pick these off the side of the road. Nah.
I will send you a link. I'm going to need to look it up. There's a wonderful Ace channel that I follow that has a wonderful breakdown of all of the spectra involved here. And this is, I think, where people get very confused, because you have the spectrum as what you find appealing to look at.
Mhm.
Because
the aesthetics.
yeah, your
Oh.
aesthetics.
Oh, that got me.
Aesthetes. So many aesthetes. Okay.
Oh, I
which is
feel
why-
so weird. Aesthetically, I love the human body. I especially like the female human body. I still like the male human body, but but turns out that is not sexual feelings that
Yeah,
I'm thinking.
Tom and I had
It's
to have
just
some
art.
hearts.
That is a completely different thing. So
Yeah.
what you like to look at, what you are
Around.
emotionally attracted to, what you are personally attracted to, what you are romantically attracted to, and what you are sexually attracted to or not, as the case may be, those are all separate spectra.
They're very different.
Yeah.
They're not necessarily in the same ballparks.
And because we blur all of them, like when I talk about my ex-girlfriends, people get really confused because anybody who knows me kind of has a moment of, wait, what?
There was a time what?
I am pan-romantic. I can have a romantic relationship with. We click. Romance is in the air. I mean, I'm very pan-romantic. That doesn't contradict I'm very androsexual. Like I likes the men's. I likes the men's. Those are not in contradiction.
Yep.
You can have those two things at the same time. The people that you want to have relationships towards, the people that you find attractive to look at. Like, oh, we can have discussion all day about women that are just drop dead gorgeous and are beautiful. Do I want to do anything naughties? No. I don't even understand why the naughties would be brought up in this context. They're pretty.
They're just pretty. Can we just not appreciate the pretty people and just like let it be that?
Why are we talking about the naughties right now? We're talking about the
like
pretty.
when I talk about an actor, generally I actually like actors who aren't maybe not traditionally like handsome or pretty or whatever, but people always assume I mean sexually, and I'm like, no, their body of work is like among my favorite stuff, and
Right.
I have yet to come across them in a role that I don't like them in, and even if I did, I'd be like, oh, it's the direction, because I know I like them so much. And then if they are someone like pretty or stuff, then they're like, oh, you have a crush on them, it's not just a sexual thing. And I'm like, no.
These are all different things.
These are
And
all
like,
different.
And I will admit, like I have had one or two friends that I would go visit. We did not have much in common. It's just like, hey, can I come hang out? And they're like, yeah, sure. Why do I want to go hang out? Because they are really cute and adorable to me, and I just feel happier getting to look at them. They're also a nice person I like, so we stay friends. But it's like, yeah, I'm just going over because I know I'll feel better just, getting to see them be
Also,
themselves.
He just likes to massage people.
Okay, yeah. What about it?
That's
If I ever visit you, I expect a neck massage.
yeah, like
It
Tom.
doesn't need to
We
be every
have
night, it doesn't need to
invested,
be every hour, but I need a neck massage.
and when I say we, I mean me, have invested a lot of moolah in Tom getting all the best quality tables and the massage chairs, all the things I hardly ever get to benefit. But I'm like, look, we paid for it. You go use it, because Tom loves to massage human people. Actually, dogs too, now that I think about it. There were people in Tom's massage therapy school that were literally going to massage
therapy school
to massage dogs.
No, I'm a board certified massage therapist. Like I have
He's
my national board
certified.
I mean, I already liked you, but you just like way up.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And like I require, due to my unique medical needs, require Tom to actually do a lot of postgraduate research and self-education, because it's like, no, but I have special needs. I'm special. So Tom actually is even more well-versed, like in lymphatic drainage and all sorts of awesome stuff that are, there's fantastic. But yeah, Tom, I know you hung out with some people that I was like, they're like not the best human being. And you're like, yeah, but they always let me massage them when I go to their house. And I'm like, so this is the basis of a friendship, you say?
Maybe.
And it's like, it's a basis of a relationship. He just likes to massage people.
Yeah, I have to be careful about putting my hand on people, just in a friendly way of just, maintaining contact with someone. If I'm sitting on a couch or something, if I get too distracted, my hand will have a mind of its own, and we'll just start seeking out, like, where are the muscles tight?
Where's the place that hurts?
And I won't realize it till someone go, ow. I was like, wait, oh, sorry. Stop going for my knots. Sorry, I'm going to keep my hands to myself now.
Tom does that to me a lot. And I'm like, how dare you come for me right now when I am already feeling miserable? But it's just because Tom's hands want to heal everybody. Makes him happy. But it is part of like whatever is that, big ball that makes each person a person. Romanticism and sexuality and gender and friendship and all these things. Somewhere in there is Tom's desire to give everybody a healing massage.
Because just about all of his videos, this, David J. Bradley is the YouTuber I was trying to think of. But at the beginning of this video, he goes through the various spectra, and it's primarily talking about kink at Pride and whatnot. And it's from an ace perspective, and the idea that somebody could be into kink and ace, and how even kink is a spectrum of its own, and it's not necessarily a sex-related thing that is so hard to get people to understand. And he talks about a lot of the spectra in this video and a lot of his other videos. I highly recommend this channel if you are interested in such topics.
Okay, I'm gonna watch probably tomorrow.
Yeah, a lot of people seem surprised that kink doesn't necessarily involve sex at all, or even sexuality, actually.
Yep.
I studied the community, and when I say, I mean, I was like an embedded reporter for 6 years.
Oh, yeah.
Which is how I ended up finally finding my kink is rope. And I am a trained shibari artist for that, because it turned out you hang out long enough, you will figure yours out too.
Although,
rope people are totally different.
We've already talked about that.
Yes.
And
I'm not flirting with Zara at any level. I don't know what you're talking about.
I just got excited. I was like,
yeah.
Ooh.
I love to make macrame corsets on human beings. It makes me so happy inside, and I have all the lovely rope for that. I also love suspending people so they can feel weightless, no matter their size. I've suspended people up to I guess about 575 pounds.
I'm scared of heights, so I don't know how well that would go over with me.
Oh, no, you don't have to suspend them up high.
2 stories.
No. I know it's not up high, but knowing that I'm not touching the ground really messes with. Also, I wonder how much of my acrophobia is actually contributed to / because of my equilibrium issues that are so tied to my inner ear problem.
Although, again, that is actually why a lot of people get into kink, is to kind of explore, why do I have these bodily reactions? All right, let me go put myself safely into this situation so I can see what my body's doing. What am I thinking about? All right. Now, what can I do to change that?
And sometimes it's just to get into a different headspace. I mean, that's
that's for me.
Yeah,
it's amazing. It's like meditation, but different.
Pet play is all about that. I just want to be loving and compassionate and cared for. And a lot of times it's not sexual in any respect of the term. And I feel like this is the point to always bring up. Anytime you hear somebody call something deviant or degenerate, remember that these terms were coined by genocidal maniacs who were trying to purify the species. That's what the term degenerate means. Is it's making us less pure as a people, and they're not good words.
I was watching a French movie in French class when I was in middle school or something, and someone had the word "bent" graffitied on their garage door, and I didn't get it at first, and then it was oh, it's because they're not straight, and then. And I just hate, if people use the term straight, I'm not going to be I'm not necessarily going to tell them I don't like it. But I'm always it's heterosexual. Why is it straight? And then everything else has a title.
Because there's actually a history. Yes. Charlie, please go ahead.
The term straight actually began as a queer insult against people who were straight passing in the community, who pretended to not be gay. They would often not drink, because then their lisp or their other tells might show. So they started using this term, which originated in the temperance movement. If you were either a drunkard or you were straight, someone who
And
didn't
that's actually
drink.
where we still keep the straight edge in punk.
Yes, because you were on the straight and narrow, you didn't drink. So anybody who pretended to be not gay when they were around others were obviously straight. And it started as an insult that ended up getting picked up and appropriated by the people that it was used to, by people that it wasn't even in reference to,
I didn't
to define
like
themselves.
I just don't like it because from the way it's used now, it always feels like, oh, that's the default. And I'm like, no.
And well, the gender studies that are coming out are showing that that's not really the case. When you ask people under the age of 40, what is your sexuality? Something like 47% say that they are bi or pan.
And that's actually been that's been true since, what's his name? Kinsey was, researching
original research. That, I mean, and not that his research is like definitive, because his the people he spoke to, essentially it was skewed. It had to be self-selection, and some of the problems were the wording in his classified ads. But essentially, Kinsey found among the people he did talk to of all genders, it was like there was a pretty good distribution of people's sexuality across the spectrum.
And about 10% on either side are strictly on that side of the spectrum.
Strictly either hetero or homosexual. And that everybody else is pretty much at varying degrees of everything else. Everything else. So again, there weren't a lot of, due to the wording of his classified ads that he originally placed, there weren't many asexuals who responded, or gray sexuals. So just keep that in mind, that that's not inclusive of that. Just because he was asking about sexual behavior, when a lot of gray sexuals are like, but I don't. So again, just remember that. But yeah, that essentially the majority of people are what he would call in the 40s and 50s bisexual. The vast majority of people are varying amounts of bisexual, and either with a preference to men or to women or to whatever.
And
some
since
people
I'm on
it is any pretty face in the crowd, and that's cool too.
And since I'm on an etymology kick, the term bisexual originally meant that they were both homosexual and heterosexual. It did not refer to them being into both genders. They were both sexualities. That's actually what the bi and bisexual originally meant, is that they were both gay and straight.
I know. That one.
It turns out the vast majority, hell, even the Romans were like, the majority of people.
Well, people look
did
at what
enjoy
the
that Doctor Who
Romans did.
episode.
Yes, lovely Doctor Who episode. That was actually kind of fun. Hello, Heather.
So thank you for having me on. I love
Would you like to do an outro, or are you good?
My name is Zara Hoffman. I'm the self-published author of 6 books. You can buy them all from my Ko-fi page, which I'm sure is probably linked.
It's definitely linked below.
If you are international, you can get a nameplate from me instead. I ship to Canada, but other than that, I don't, unless you're a member of my VIP club, which is $8 a month. Your 4th month, no matter where you live in the world, as long as you don't live in outer space, you get a signed paperback from me for free. And I offer author services on there. I post most of my updates on there because Instagram sometimes hides me from things. I also host writing sprints, but because I have no idea if or how employed I will be for the semester / academic year, depending on the ones that I applied to, I have not posted my streaming schedule yet. I hope to post it by the end of this week, but I'm not sure. So again, follow my Ko-fi page for the updates on everything, because through that page you can get to my YouTube, my Twitch, my Twitter, everything. So thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Bye.
It's good having you on.
Bye-bye. And just a quick reminder, all of our AuthorTuber links are down below. At least as many as I could fit in with YouTube's character limit. Some people, they know who they are, really had to make me prioritize. Unfortunately, I did not want to. So, yes, everybody's links are down below. Be sure to check them out. If you have not already, please do so. They are wonderful people, as evidenced by they actually came to hang out with me. No, I'm kidding. But no, it is fantastic that they did come out to hang out with us. We're very thrilled. Charlie, you're still muted, sweetie.
To be honest, my entire point and purpose for being on the stream is self-care.
Oh, I was about to say guilt.
No. Being in conversation with Glory heals the soul. So I highly recommend it if you can.
I'm always worried that I go in a little too hard, and that's just like, am I a little too much? I've been told my whole life, Glory, you are so too much, too high maintenance, too extra. Whatever.
I live there. I bought a house there. Okay.
Yes, my sweetie. This is how I am. I try to curb it a little, but the truth is I don't do a great job, and I don't want to honestly be that good at it if I'm brutally honest.
Yeah, I gave up on trying to curb who I am.
But this is also part of why we wanted to, bring up these subjects.
Yeah.
It's just because people aren't having these conversations. Why aren't we having conversations about neurodiversity, gender, sexuality, and writing? Why? People keep saying, like, Glory, she's such a great AuthorTuber, but she doesn't really do AuthorTube videos. And I'm like, oh, every video I do is AuthorTube. What are you talking about?
It is true evidence.
My pearls.
We have more AuthorTubers show up on our awkward sibling hour than any of our other shows, because these are the subjects writers and creators are interested in, that are trying to, make better stories.
Let me clutch them for you right here. How dare you call me not really an AuthorTuber, but AuthorTuber adjacent? Not you.
This is what makes a good story. Yes, your characters will always have some form of gender, even if it's a lack of, and they will always have some form of sexuality or lack of, and that is how they interact with their world.
And this brings me to the one thing that I say over and over and over again: embrace your weird. Embrace the things that you love and put them in your stories, because you are not alone. That's how you develop a fan base. That's how you develop a readership that will be devoted to you even when you take 5 years off because your brain is self-destructing. You show them a world that they go, you too?
Right? And because I do get that so much from my readers. Is, we thought it was just us. Like, y'all.
Right.
Because no matter how much we mature, we never get out of that place.
Awesome. Y'all are all as awesome, if not more awesome than me. But it's truly be yourself in your writing, instead of like trying to be like I hate saying it, but mainstream, this BS, the gatekeeping crap. Just be yourself in your writing, in your writing voice.
Because let's be honest,
for other people, the readers, to be able to be themselves.
Best writing advice I can give you: if you want to try to if you dream of being a best-selling author making bunches and bunches of money, write porn. Like, everything else is luck. No, everything else is luck. The markets that get read voraciously, that they're always looking for new writers that they can then devour all of their work, it's erotica and romance.
Yes.
If you're not in that genre, you're doing this for love.
Yes.
Accept that about yourself. You're doing this because you love it. If you're here for the money, write erotica or romance. Maybe
it's not to say you can't do both.
I'm not saying you can't do both.
How many romances
there are canon, and it's kind of,
Yeah.
If that's where your heart is, great. I'm just saying, most of us, like, I write really like esoteric fantasy stories that, like, I get if people don't like them. Like, I'm fine. Like, it's but I enjoy them. If I've already picked up my pen name for when I want to actually make money as a writer.
I'm so proud of you already. Like, look, look, in the words of, what is it, R.L. Burnside, selling out, how do I do it? And where do I sign up? You know, like, I'm paraphrasing.
Right,
But
where is my where are you, Agenda? I keep
R.L.
hearing
Burnside is a fantastic blues singer and composer, and truly inspires my heart many a time when I am down in the dumps. Tom's like, let's put on some Burnside. All right, yes. I love, North Mississippi Hill Country Blues.
yeah.
But let me tell you, look, when even Burnside is like, yeah, like, dignity, no. Where do I sign up? How do I sell out? I got children to support. I appreciate that man so much. God bless him. I hope he rests in peace. Of like, yeah, there is nothing wrong with making money. I want you all to make money, or at least at the very least to be able to pay for all your bills, live in a home you own, drive a vehicle you want, and be able to afford all the children and or pets that you wish to accumulate. Go for it. But also, please write true to yourself. Get as weird as you possibly can stand about who you are. Put the therapy on the page.
Because the 1,000 true fans rule is true. You can be supported off of just 1,000 true fans, and a true fan is defined by somebody who's willing to spend 1 day's worth of their earning potential on you a year. You spread that out over 1,000 people, you can make a middle class income off of that. So you don't have to attract a large audience. We have this idea that you need to have millions and millions and millions of readers. Would that be good? I don't know. I think the panic attack might destroy me if I found out I sold 1 million books.
Oh, I would suddenly get so paranoid about, is somebody going to steal my bank account? It would be too much.
Yeah.
Or what are their expectations? Maybe they misunderstood who I am, and they're going to revolt and come and kill me in my sleep. Like, look, y'all,
just trying to keep
fans
up with
can
all
get
that.
interesting.
And if you have the series author and stuff like that,
yeah, my paranoia would come out.
But work for that 1,000. That really, if you want to have a goal as a writer, it's that 1,000 people that when you put out that book, they buy that book. When you put out that story, they buy that story. When you put out the merch, they buy that merch. That's the business goal that you should have. That is healthy and manageable. It's something you can do. Everything else is gravy. And may the odds ever be in your favor.
There's nothing wrong with writing a romance or writing the queerest romance where you're like, I don't even know who the love interests are in this story, but everybody be loving every book. Go for it. Have a great time. And make some money. Absolutely. Because you still got to pay the bills. Okay. The mortgage ain't going to pay itself. I wish.
Yeah.
But also allot some time for you to write the stories for yourself that are just as weird as you really are. At least with compassion, anyway. Let me throw that out there. With compassion. That's my only caveat.
I mean, compassion, though, is a great tool / in some ways you could almost call it a trick to not having to worry about what you're doing. As long as there is compassion, so you are thinking of others, then even when you make mistakes, people are understanding. Because the truth is, we're all human. We can only know so much at any given time. So if they didn't know that, or times have changed. I mean, CB was talking about what was it in the 80s, Golden Girls, and how hope no one really takes wrong, but yes, they did regularly say the word handicapped, but at that time that was not a derogatory term. That was the most kind way to say and reference people with those situations.
Also, the way they were saying it and the way they were using it in context was not meant to be demeaning or ableist. Or if it was ableist, they would then address it in the episode.
Yeah, so then they called out a character,
right?
Right, and it was all about awareness, really. On those shows that did that sort of thing back then, in the 80s, it was barely addressed at all.
True.
And so when it was addressed, it made people kind of sit up and pay attention, because it was the Golden Girls and everybody loved it. They won a lot of awards.
Which goes to show that it was both a brave thing for them to do, and why embracing your weird works. When they pitched the show about a group of, I believe that I think the actual pitch said a group of elderly women living together in a Miami retirement community. I believe that was the initial pitch for the show. Everyone thought they were crazy.
Yep.
Like nobody's gonna watch these women. No, who's gonna watch this?
Who's gonna watch Maude?
Right.
Who's gonna watch Estelle Getty, the
real.
mother of everyone in Hollywood, according to her? Who's gonna watch? Betty White hasn't been really big and popular in over 20 years.
Yes. Like, and she was at that point really well known for her guest appearances on Password. Like, like I'm sorry, like because only West Coast had seen her live shows that she would do on television, where it was like Variety Hour in the daytime. So like East Coast, they didn't really know Betty White from that. They knew her from Password and other type game shows. And they're like, who's going to watch a bunch of old ladies?
I remember that in the 70s. I remember that.
They let them make a pilot. They talked them into letting them make a pilot. And the pilot is different from the show that ended up coming out. But it you watch that and you can't help but see the chemistry between the actors and like, oh yeah, this is going to be a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And
how outrageous some of it was, and yet so realistic at the same time.
Yeah, they were talking about like older lady sexuality.
Yep.
Which was mostly non-existent.
When people were not talking about women's sexuality, but they're talking about older women's sexuality, like that was hot. Like that was like not hot, like sexy. But like,
I remember watching and going, "Oh, okay," and a light went on, in my head.
Yeah, at the time though, in the 80s. I mean, but in the 80s, there was still a denial that anyone above retirement age had any sexuality. They're always like, no,
right?
Yeah, like nope, sexuality's gone.
Like aiming to destroy that, right?
But it's the example that shows what we're talking about here, because they embrace the weirdnesses of that show and its setting, and everything. I mean, the St. Olaf stories, all of the crazy things that happened to the Southern aristocratic family that Blanche came from, right? Like all of that, we're still talking about that show today. We're still talking about that show now. Just like 5 years ago, an album came out by a prominent gay performer that literally had one song dedicated to each character from that show. And I have to say, Dvorak is a bop. Like, definitely check out Dvorak, that song. You cannot help but dance to Dvorak. But it's, we're still talking about it today because
it's still relevant.
Yes.
It's relevant to us now. Picture it, Sicily.
And we're not talking about Cheers.
Sicily.
No, we're not really talking about Cheers.
We're not talking about Night Court. I loved Night Court. At the time, I would probably tell you Night Court was probably, I loved it probably more than Golden Girls while it was airing, but it was a forgettable show.
Yes.
Like there was nothing really to hold on to.
It was more
forgettable. Yes. Yeah. It was safe. It was marketable.
I mean, like one of the most controversial episodes of Night Court had to do with Roz and her diabetes. And I love that episode. Right. And it made me less scared when, I was in the hospital and the doctors are like, so you're going to need to be on insulin. And I was like, look, if Roz can do it, I can do it too. But like, that was a few and far between episode of Night Court versus like practically every episode of Golden Girls is golden. It's relevant.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. But I just happened to jar a memory of the clerk, black guy, forget his name, but and then he ended up marrying the Asian lady.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I remember that. Yeah, they had all sorts of marital.
That was a big deal.
And nobody remembers that Brent Spiner got his start in Hollywood. His claim to fame
was... That is what I remember.
He played the drunk
yokel.
Yokel on Night Court. Yeah. He went from that to Data.
Yep.
Like Dad.
Like the part where he could say these lines with a straight face is amazing.
From the living room, he would yell because I would always be in my room. The yokel is on. Get out here, Glory. Like, oh God. God,
But-
here it comes.
That show was safe, and it
all I
didn't
remember
challenge
is
anything.
June is busting out all over.
Mhm.
Right? Because you had your toxically masculine
Yes.
character on there. You had your everything that feminism was caricatured to be female on there. And then you had a couple other people that were, everybody was just a stereotype. Everybody was just, they were not
Yeah.
they weren't really characters.
Mhm.
They were
So
stereotypes.
you had the you had the Doogie Howser judge, really.
Yeah.
Yes, it was so weird.
And this was the show.
Right.
And this is
Right.
why a lot of these shows
Although
go
that made it-
forgotten. And this is why a lot of books get forgotten. The books that we remember are the ones that affected us emotionally. They're the
Mhm.
ones that lingered with us, the ones that we saw ourselves in. There's a reason that Harry Potter worked. As much as I am mad at She Who Must Not Be Named,
Mhm.
those books worked because there was such a vast collection of characters. You could see yourself somewhere in that
Exactly.
vast array of characters. And that's one of the things that really hurt a lot of people, because we learned compassion from the "Don't Be a Bigot" books from her. Joe, read your own books, please. Anyway, you grew up to be a Death Eater, Joe. But
It's funny how that works out.
Okay.
But it's the reason that they stick with us is they are weird. Those are strange books. The Dursleys they're a sitcom family. They're a straight up sitcom family, and that's the most normal aspect of the books. But that's why they stick with us. That's why we remember them. We remember Ron and Ron's glorious family in that weird haphazard misshapen house with the ghoul in the attic. It's the little quirks, it's the strangeness that sticks with you. Because if things are too samey,
I mean, I love, and so often I do bring up, like Diane Duane, but the two things that stick with me that are always just like, okay, this is what defines this author for me, because I haven't seen anywhere else, was in the second book of her young adult series, she had them literally not only defeat but reform the concept of evil. Of like, who writes this? Like, who's like, oh no, I'm gonna make a long series, but here's the second story. No, evil's gone now. How are you going to keep going? I'm curious. And also, where she wrote, it turns out actually a trilogy of books. I now have to go find the other ones.
Yes.
Of stories from a cat's perspective, where the cats are cats.
Which, like, that is how Tom got me into Diane Duane, y'all. Like the books, I mean. Was
they're
like,
not anthropomorphized cats with human behaviors.
They're cats.
They are actually
cats.
cats being cats.
They're cats doing cat
Like
craft? I'm not sure.
Kind of. Okay.
But
That sounds
like,
interesting. I don't remember hearing
yeah, it was so different. It was so interesting. And frankly, if I'm brutally honest, being a cat, it's so neurodivergent that is how I got sold on Diane Duane. Is okay, you had me at cats being cats, and there's actually a plot, and it's not like a kitty-fied, and it's also not humans, but we'll call them cats. It's like, no, these are very much cat culture. I've never looked at cats the same way since.
And she has
went free in my head.
She has more traditional stories set in fantasy worlds that are you normally associate with high fantasy or medieval type. But the ones that stick with me that are like, okay, you got to hear about what this author wrote, are these ones where this is just truly weird for the stories of the time.
Yeah.
For me, they are timeless because of that.
And then there's the ultra queerness of Earthsea.
Yes.
Yes.
Like if you want to know how to write a non-heteronormative, non-toxic masculine fantasy setting, read the Earthsea books. Because they're so good.
I did
And one day
enjoy
maybe
Dom Noble writing this script for the Earthsea series for his YouTube page, where he talks about different stories, and mostly it's a comparison of book versus movies. But this one started with a 5-minute long, I am so sorry I took so long to actually read Earthsea, let alone anything from Ursula K. Le Guin, because, oh my God, this is what I've been looking for.
But I'll tell you, Ursula K. Le Guin got me with her short stories, not her big epics. Even though it's not like I don't love epics, but again, dyslexic, so you got to get me in with something different. And her short stories were how she won me over. So again, don't worry about, oh, my stuff's not marketable, because I used to use that as a roadblock to myself. For years, like Tom had such a hard time getting me to even consider publishing, because I was like, no, all I write is short stories, and there's no market for short stories, and all these reasons. Let me tell you now, that's not an issue anymore. And if you feel like it still is an issue, I think you should absolutely come to our after party tonight or anytime. And we will do our best to address them, because just be yourself and write your voice. We need you to help us make the world better, because this is how we're going to succeed, is we're going to get other people to do it. We're going to get the readers to do it.
I discovered her in the geekiest, most writerly way possible. She wrote a book called On Writing Science Fiction and Fantasy that I happened to see in the writing section. And I picked it up and read it. And I was like, who is this woman? I must know. Saw the title of one of her books had the word wizard in it. Right. And you had me at wizard.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because, yeah.
Okay, so I was just looking up some of her stuff. And I have, unfortunately, yet to read her stuff somehow. But it is on the top of my list of things.
There's always
again on that list of the care and feeding of your author, and the pruning of the TBR.
I feel that she's going to be the next Tolkien, because amongst every fantasy writer I know, we talk about two writers when we talk about the inspiration for our fantasy, and it's Tolkien, because he invented the genre, basically, at least the modern form of it that we have now. And we talk about Ursula K. Le Guin. Those are the two names that, they are the canon of the fantasy genre right now. And
and if only someone would actually make a visual medium version of her story that were true to what she wrote.
Yes.
I think, she would actually be known simply as, the other, besides Tolkien, there's Le Guin.
Yes.
But since the visual medium versions are so not what she wrote,
there's
it really has never picked up the same.
I think eventually, technology, people who love what she writes will catch up, and they will finally make more accurate adaptations. And not just that technology-wise, but casting-wise, I'm just saying. So I think it will happen again, because what she writes, Le Guin, which to me at least, what she's very good at is stories that haunt, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but stories that essentially live rent-free in your head forever afterwards. That is where her skill really lies, whether it's short stories or her epics. They stay with you. But a lot of these authors that we've talked about even today, like Terry Pratchett, stories, and Diane Duane, authors that live in our heads rent-free, eventually the power of that, of living rent-free in someone else's head, is so powerful. Because, honestly, I have to be honest, I was definitely a judgmental bee many decades ago, because being autistic, I definitely adopted the viewpoints of people around me, because I thought that's how I was supposed to think.
Same here.
And then Dr. Jack was a bookseller at Southern sci-fi fantasy conventions. And I was like, Dr. Jack, you got anything for me to read? I like fantasy stuff. And Dr. Jack, had recommended Patricia Weird with her dragon books, which I liked. And he's always like, tell me stuff you like to read, and I'll figure out something, for you. And you had to pay retail with Dr. Jack, because he'd haul all these sci-fi fantasy books to every convention. But Dr. Jack's recommendations were always spot on. I never bought a book from him that I did not finish, which is saying something. And Dr. Jack got me into Terry Pratchett with
Fifth Elephant?
The Fifth Elephant. And everyone had been recommending to me to watch The Fifth Element, the movie, because apparently I remind people of a character. Anyway, I'm not going to say which. It's a little bit. So, and I still hadn't watched the movie. This was the early 2000s. I still hadn't watched it. So I was like, well, maybe The Fifth Elephant is similar, so maybe I'll pick up something there. I know, it's not. But I
just imagined what would happen if Luke Benson did a movie version of The Fifth Elephant.
Oh, I know. Wouldn't that be amazing?
Got lost in the visual fantasia that's running through my mind.
But like when the next time I saw Dr. Jack, I was like, I love this. What else she got by this guy? And from there, that's how Terry Pratchett. But Terry Pratchett is such a compassionate writer that every book I read of his, every book I could get a hold of, which was not easy actually in America at that point, especially in the Deep South, got in my head. And Terry Pratchett opened my heart to everybody. Terry Pratchett ended up making me a better teacher. Terry Pratchett made me a committed student just because Terry Pratchett was in my head living there rent-free. So there are amazing things writers can do. And just because maybe you don't know it, but you're going to be that next writer that gets to live in people's heads rent-free. You don't know it. Or maybe you do. Maybe you're like, oh, I know it. I'm hot stuff. So that's what we're saying is like, think about what you're doing and how you're shaping it. That is going to influence the future.
So, it is starting to get a little late. Shall we have final thoughts?
Does anybody have the final words they would like to say? Because I just said my bit. You don't have to have final thoughts. Nobody's required.
Okay, well, I'll go.
Okay.
On gender and sexuality. I too was a judgmental little prick growing up. It did take me a long time to mellow out and become a better person. And want to be that person. But I will say that I didn't recognize even growing up how much cognitive dissonance I dealt with, and to some degree dysphoria over these ideas of gender and sexuality and romance. I just kept trying to chase that dream of being normal. And if I just do what everyone else is doing, I would be fine. Well, my relationships never worked out because that's not who I was. Mm-hmm. And so you can't really start or create a good friendship on a false premise. Mm. This is, on the other hand, writer's note, this is a great premise to start some drama in your story. But the last few years, as I've better understood who I am, what I'm actually interested in, what I'm wanting out of others, has given me a chance to sort of reassess how I want to approach the world and approach friendships and everything else. And so, be someone who explores, who's ready to be wrong. I went through several different ideas of what I could possibly be, even watching all those different videos, till I found the ones that rang even truer. Just because something rings true does not mean that's the end of your destination. Often it's just sort of a waypoint to point you better in the real direction you're trying to find. So keep exploring, have fun. When in doubt, find the humor that people who say that's what they really are at heart find funny, to better see if that's who you are as well. Because humor is what unites us.
Just finishing up on the Terry Pratchett thing we were talking about earlier, I shared I believe this is the first one. Tale Foundry did a series on how to make your writing better. They used to do a lot of these videos. They did an entire month dedicated to Terry Pratchett and what you can learn from Terry Pratchett's writing style and voice and what have you. I believe this is the first video in that series. I highly recommend, especially if you don't know who he is, because they read excerpts to give examples, and if you don't fall in love, then I don't know. But yeah, definitely check that out. But yeah, I don't know if this is because of all of the things in my brain or just being a kid who grew up in the 80s, but media helped define me. Like, I didn't see myself in the communities I grew up in. I didn't see anybody like myself in the places that I lived. And it was through books and comics and movies and TV that I first got those fleeting glimpses of, oh, I'm not just that outsider. There are other people like me. I just can't express how vitally and important it is that we are putting those stories out for other people to see. Because as somebody who has struggled with the basic core concept of living as much as I have in my life, you don't know which one of your stories is going to help somebody get through a long night of not knowing whether they want to be there in the morning. And, you know, I hate to bring it down to that level, but, you know, it's often the silliest things. Like, I think we think that to be meaningful, things have to be serious. And no, like my formative memories are anything that Jim J. Bullock was in, Uncle Arthur from Bewitched, you know, these characters that I did not know why I identified with them. Why did I want to be Esmeralda? Why is she the one that I find the most interesting? Oh, the most queer-coded character on this really queer-coded show that's basically a drag queen and house mama to them all. Like, why? Because I didn't have the words, but it was those things that helped to get me through. It was things like the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I remember weeping and just singing to myself, "Don't dream it, be it," over and over and over again from the Rocky Horror Picture Show. It's a goofy, silly thing that I experienced. It's a goofy, silly thing. Went to the places where we did the hot dogs and the rice and the water guns and the whole thing, right? Representation matters, whether you're making it for yourself or putting it out there for somebody else to stumble upon. You don't know when you might be saving a life. So put it out there. No matter how goofy you think it is. Do it. Sorry. Brought the mood down a little bit.
No, I'm just like moving on it. Yep. Heather, do you have any final thoughts?
Absorbing and supporting. I'm absorbing it all and supporting. Yeah, I mean, I guess the only thing I can think of is that, you know, I'm in some ways I think, oh, I'm just a parent, but of an individual who's on the autism spectrum. But then, you know, I know there is so much overlap between autism and other things, ADHD, for example, or lots of other things. But we know now. So I think, you know, as soon as I can, I will be refilming my AuthorTube chronic illness and disability tag. I will be refilming it. And because not only does my son have disabilities, in the multiple, by the way, well, so do I. And okay, so in 2002, I was diagnosed finally with ADHD. I was 31, and that's a long time to go while being undiagnosed. And so, you know, things, you know, things that tend to go along with that sort of situation, you know, you tend to have things like depression and various issues like that, because you go so long without getting diagnosed. So, you know, it is what it is. Oh, I just happened to see that. Thanks, Eva. So, yeah, that kind of distracted me. Sorry. It is interesting to see the overlap, especially among family members. Um, yeah, it really is interesting. I'm not sure if that has anything to do with sexuality, but I guess it would be interesting to see uh, how that may affect my son in the future. I guess. I mean, he's almost 18, and I don't know, because he has low IQ. I don't think he'll get married or anything, but some people with autism do, and and some don't.
Yeah.
Whatever. At this point, so I
But
don't know
it's,
where I'm leading. I think
let's
I'm
say,
losing steam.
what I was just thinking, though, what you remind me about was that part of being divergent is that we do tend to also be more introspective. So we do just more about try to understand ourselves more, and that also often can be a window for other people to themselves.
Yes.
Of and that's why, like, while like, one easy thing I was thinking of earlier is your videos with your son. While they are just they're just genuine videos of here's what happened, here's what we're doing, we still we're always creators, so you're still choosing what it is you want to show, how you want to show it,
Yeah.
and how other people can learn from it and better understand and what they think. We influence thoughts that way.
Right.
And I agree with Eva of it does, what you choose to show shows how you're loving. It's not that you're doing it, it's like, but you can tell with the editing that what it is you care about with your family. And so we can better go with, I would like to be caring that way as well. There's a lot of little things that, as being divergent and just being a person writing from our own perspectives, can help others in ways we don't realize or think about.
Yeah.
And that's why, we do need to get all of our own little ways of saying and thinking out there, because you never know who, who would also help go, oh, that's what I was thinking about. That's what I was trying to understand. I mean, it's not easy being a parent. It's
Right.
not easy. It's not easy being a parent with ADD or ADHD, plus, caring for, everything that your child needs, particular to them.
Right.
And then how to, make it all work together in a house. You all have to live together.
Where I got, the other day I got distracted, and I was like, oh, I'm sorry. I got distracted. I told my son, I am sorry. I got distracted. I did not do that. Let's take care of that right now. Kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I know he understands, because he gets distracted all the time. Even
Exactly.
Anyway, but yeah, that's what Eva was just saying. With having one child, I mean, the thing is that I know a lot of times when there is at least one other child who may not be on the spectrum, they kind of turn into a third parent. I know that happens a lot. So,
or even when they are. I mean, like, I was the eldest, and I ended up being the third parent to both of my siblings.
Sure.
And,
and
if anything, like, I'm autistic, I have ADHD, I'm dyslexic. Like, I am not the one who probably should have necessarily been helping everyone with their homework and making sure they were fed every night and making sure that they were bathed and then they were ready to go the next day. But you do your best, because we needed more help. Both of my parents also needed extra help. So, but things still got done. You just step up.
Yeah, you do the best you can,
Right?
That's it,
it's
in
that
that situation.
But also, it's
I'm
fighting
trying to
that
read
perfection idealism
Mm-hmm.
of there's a perfect way to do this, there's a perfect way to handle everything, versus the I'm gonna do my best this way, and if I can't do my best, I'm gonna at least try to be better than I was last time.
Right.
We're just gonna keep going
Right.
because tomorrow can be better if I keep trying.
There was a wonderful llama that I did meditation study with who had this wonderful phrase that I think everybody should carry with them. So just because something is not pure does not mean it is impure.
Mm.
Mm.
And I think that's where we get lost in this like quest for purity and perfection, that it is either absolutely clean, absolutely 100% the best, perfect. And now that's impure means tainted.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Not pure means it has something mixed in.
Yeah.
Everything has stuff mixed in.
True.
And yeah.
Yeah.
Well, with that,
I'm also just a little distracted because I will have to say goodnight to my kid real soon.
sure. With that, would anyone like to do an outro? Again, they are optional.
Sure.
Alrighty. No. Hot seat.
Hi, my name is Charlie. I am theoretically a writer. Long story. We'll talk tomorrow.
Yeah.
I know.
Mood.
I normally stream on Wednesdays and Fridays on Twitch, starting at 5 p.m. Eastern, because we are honoring the Twitch blackout to protest the hate raids that they are doing absolutely nothing to stop, while at the same time technologically making them easier and possible to do. My Wednesday stream will be over here on the YouTube, so definitely check that out. It is already up if you want to like click the bell so you will not be notified by YouTube that it's happening. But it is up over there. I am also really doubling down on the stuff I'm doing over at World Anvil for reasons. so many reasons. If you are a member of the Discord, I have put in instructions on how you can get things that are owed to you there. So if you are not a member of the Discord, hey, I DM me. I'll send you a link if it's not already in the box below, because I don't know what all Glory put in the box below.
I put goodness in the boxes below. Please do check them out if you haven't already.
I also do music. I am very proud of my most recent song, which is called Into the Dream Realm. It was named by Amber S. Craft because I did not have a name for it. I wrote it at the depth of my most recent depressive outbreak because I wanted a happy song, and I have heard from many people that they are listening to it because it makes them feel happy too. If you need some happiness, give it a try. Maybe it'll work for you too. I listen to it repeatedly because I find it makes me happy. So, and the band name is Project Shadow. You can find it on YouTube, Spotify, Apple Music, wherever.
There are links below.
Yeah. And thank you for having me. This was needed.
Very nice. All right. Heather, how you feel? Would you like to do an outro? They are optional.
I could do a quick. I could do a little.
You could be convinced.
I could be convinced because maybe I'll say this. This one thing is popping into my head, which is, well, I can say real quick. I'm Heather Dewey Pettit, and I'm in shadow.
It's very like artistic.
Oh, yeah, something like that. It's dark.
What is it, Renoir or Rembrandt shadows?
What?
Renoir or is it Rembrandt?
Rembrandt.
That was Rembrandt.
Rembrandt.
As said, like the dyslexia is real, y'all. If there's two options, I'll always get it
It's either glare or I'm in deep shadow. Sorry.
Just go with it.
Go with it, Heather. You're doing great.
I'm going with it. Okay, so number one is that currently I'm streaming on YouTube only, apparently, this week on Thursday, and this will actually be the day before my birthday. So it's maybe kind of like a party stream, maybe. I don't know. If people want to swing by, they can. It's fine. let's see. That will be noon Eastern. What else is going on? I will be participating as a speaker at Necronomicon Tampa. It's still going on. And this is Florida's oldest con, and it's 40 years old. And I'm very proud to be part of Necronomicon Tampa. And we talk. Most years there is a panel about writing characters with disabilities. Somehow that didn't happen this year, so oh well. But I will be speaking on 4 panels.
Cool.
Anyway, so it's going to be a thing. That will be the last weekend in September. And I don't know what of my stuff that Glory put down below, but I do have an Etsy store, and
It is below.
And all
it is listed
in my channels.
Glory likes to research.
Well, of course, she was a librarian, and with my maiden name, maybe I should have been.
Yep, you would have fit in. Yep.
Would have fit in really well.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you very much for having me. I probably should go say goodnight to my kid.
Thank you, Heather.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It was fun.
Thank you. I'm really glad
fun.
you got to join us today.
Yeah.
It's been a special treat.
Definitely.
All right, Tom, did you have anything you wanted to say? Whenever at the end of these, I always feel like the camp director going, all right, people, you'll get your dinner after I've had my say. Gets out, the notepad. All right. First off, the toilets are strictly for toileting. Like, anyway. I've been to a lot of camps, I'm just saying.
Yeah. Why not? Okay.
You're in the hot seat, Tom.
Yeah, why not?
There you go.
Hi, my name is Tom. I mostly hang out a lot with Glory on YouTube and Twitch. You'll find us here, Mondays. And I believe Wednesdays you can find us on Twitch.
Except not this Wednesday.
But not this Wednesday. Having dinner and chatting and doing stuff so people can join in. Other than that, I, produce a little bit on Instagram, and I'm trying to, write a story. We will see how long it goes. Right now, the characters are all just doing their thing and refusing to do anything else unless I let them do their talk. So we'll see if and when it comes out.
Okay, you good?
Yep.
I guess I have to put myself in the hot seat. It's only fair. Okay. All right, folks, you'll get your dinner after I've had my say.
Not again. What a world.
I love y'all. Okay.
I just suddenly want to watch Heavyweights.
Mood. Okay. So for the month of September, and if it goes well, we'll also extend it to October because you might have guessed we've got a ton of fantastic subjects to cover in our story development show, our new story development show. This next Monday, we're going to talk about workshopping your story. We have so many skills that we have worked on, and we are going to help you. If anybody would like to join us on screen, we would absolutely love to have you. Let me know. But essentially, there's a bunch of skills that workshopping helps when fleshing out characters, fleshing out plot lines, fleshing out world building that are a lot of fun, including role playing and doing your characters, like doing improv as your various characters with other, especially writers, is very helpful to help. So we're going to talk about how to do it. And I don't know, maybe, you'll join us backstage afterwards and we can all have fun as various characters. I don't know. We'll see. So that's what we're going to do next Monday. There is a schedule that I posted for the entire month. If you're at all interested, I did post it in our new Discord server, the Unicorn Council. Come and join our council, my unicorns. Okay? I'm just saying. Glory corns unite. Again, I hope you've gotten something out of this. If you have, that's wonderful. If you'd like to recommend this to someone else, may I suggest clicking the like button or even sharing the link with somebody else? We would absolutely love it if you would help us spread the word about all the goodness that we do here, because we do it for you. So please feel free to give us feedback. We'd love to have you join us on our Discord server. It's mostly memes and recipes at this point. So I hope you're okay with pictures of food before and after. Because we are essentially looking for recipe testers for our upcoming cookbook for the busy and exhausted. So let's see. Have I forgotten anything else? Peanut Gallery, did I forget anything? We good?
Gloria is one of the most awesome people in the world, and so is Tom. And they're some of the greatest people in the world. If you're not subscribed to the channel, you should be. If you're not following them ever, you should be. What is wrong with you? Fall down and worship at the might of Gloria and Tom. Okay, I'm better now.
Oh, yeah, and Thursdays you can find Glory doing Coffee Bunny as well.
Oh, yeah, Coffee Bunny. This Thursday will be on Cat Leo Writing's Twitch channel. But it will be auto-hosted on my channel.
Yeah, it's both of you auto-host, so as long as you're on one of them, you'll find it.
Yeah, you'll see us. And we do Coffee Bunny at 3:30 p.m. Eastern, 2:30 p.m. Central. It's a fun, chaotic stream. I'm usually crocheting or crafting in some form. Last Thursday, I made a Discord server. It was awesome.
In case you're wondering, that cat
will be joining us. Or we'll be hosting Coffee Bunny. And we love to have people on screen. We love to have people in chat. We'd absolutely love to have you. Aw, you guys are so good to me. For literally decades, I felt like I was just all by myself in this world. And I was like,
I'm a Gen Xer. I don't do this.
Oh, I saw one. What is it? One Topic does?
I can't do it.
He does it. This one. He does this one.
Yeah.
And I think most people, even with dyspraxia, like I have dyspraxia, can do this heart. Okay, my heart looks like it's got issues, but trust me, it's real. Probably more accurate. Yeah, I like this guy. So that's what we do. We hope you'll join us. We absolutely love to have you. And if we can help, including, I just want to point out, everybody, even if you're watching this in replay, everybody in chat, everybody you ever see on screen are really the cream of the crop of humanity. I'm here to say I have vetted everybody. They're lovely people. And if you ever need help, you can reach out to any of us, but you especially reach out to Tom and me. We really want to help. That's why we're here, because we've yet to get monetized. So while YouTube continues to profit off of us rather than with us, I mean, it's not like I want to help Bezos build a, questionable rocket shape. And yet Bezos is still funneling me more money than YouTube ever has. So things are interesting. Hey, sweetie. Hey, Jules. So anyhow, I'm just saying, if we can be of service, we want to. We're all here. Everybody I see regularly in chat, everybody on screen is really the most compassionate, loving people. And if you're ever not sure, there's a secret. Go to the bottom of every video description and you will see a list of people who help me feel included and special. And that is important. And those are all people. I list their accounts so that you know who you can watch that are really loving people. Just keep doing that. I'm going to poke you till it makes through. And also, there, and there. Yes. So, please check them out. These are the wonderful people that it's never a question. They're always like, Glory, happy to have you. That is such a rarity in this world. So, I just wanted to let y'all know who are the allies, who are the lovely people. Because you shouldn't have to always be just trying to figure it out for yourself. We're here to help. So anyhow, with that, we hope you will join us again next Monday. As said, Wednesday we're taking off due to blacking out Twitch because of the hate raids. But we will be back Thursday, and it will all be lovely. We hope you will join us. Thank you so much. And we are going to go as soon as I click on the lovely outro. May I remind everybody that one particular composer made the intro and outro music for us? Oh, speaking of composers. And then this Saturday on Twitch at...
I need to hire.
What time is it?
4 p.m. 4 p.m. Eastern.
4 p.m. Eastern. At 4 p.m. Eastern this Saturday on Twitch, on our YouTube, our Twitch channel, we will be having opera chat with this gorgeous person and Everett Minshew, also my composer for the opera that we are doing together. We would love to have you. We're going to do sprints, by the way, as well as chat. It's going to be super fun. So we'd absolutely love if you could join us for that and check out how does making an opera work. We don't know. No, I'm kidding.
At least one person knows.
I don't know. I wrote these poems 20 years ago. Anyway, I'm officially the librettist. I did not know I'd ever have a job title in Italian, but here we are, and it's fantastic. So on that note, here is our lovely outro, and the link is in Spotify down below.
Good night.
Hey.